What's going on, everyone? It's Ben 10 What If here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Ben Tennyson fell into Marvel Universe at age 11 and Spider-Man became his best friend and together defeated Venom? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, Worlds Apart. The sky above Bellwood tore open with a sound like ripping fabric. 11-year-old Ben Tennyson barely had time to register the emerald light engulfing him before the ground vanished beneath his feet. One moment he'd been facing down one of Vilgax's drones in the abandoned quarry outside town, the Omnitrix glowing with unusual intensity on his wrist. The next, he was falling through nothingness, tumbling through a kaleidoscope of fractured realities. Grandpa Max. Gwen. Ben's shout echoed into the void as the familiar world of summer vacation and alien heroics shattered around him. The Omnitrix sparked against his skin, its normally steady green pulse now erratic and wild. Ben tried twisting the dial, hoping to transform into XLR-8 or maybe Stinkfly, anything with the ability to fly, but the familiar interface remained locked, symbols blurring across its surface in patterns he'd never seen before. Come on, you stupid watch. Work. Ben slammed his palm against the device just as reality reassembled itself around him. He crashed through something hard, glass, his mind registered dimly, and then slammed into what felt like concrete. Pain bloomed across his back and shoulders as he skidded to a halt. For several seconds, Ben just lay there, waiting for the world to stop spinning. When he finally forced his eyes open, he found himself staring up at a night sky he barely recognized. The stars seemed different somehow, fewer and dimmer than he remembered. And the air, it tasted wrong. Heavier. Full of smells he couldn't quite place. Pushing himself to his feet, Ben brushed glass shards from his white and black t-shirt and surveyed his surroundings. He stood in what appeared to be some kind of electronics store, having apparently crashed through the display window. Televisions of various sizes lined the walls, each screen showing the same news channel. "Where am I?" he muttered, approaching one of the screens. The cheering at the bottom read, "Breaking news, mysterious creature sighted in Queens, Spider-Man involved." Spider-Man? Ben frowned. That didn't make sense. Spider-Man was a comic book character, not a real person. Unless... No way, Ben whispered, a chill running down his spine. The Omnitrix couldn't have. The wail of approaching sirens cut through his thoughts. Right. The broken window. Even in another dimension. Universe. Whatever this was, breaking into stores probably still counted as illegal. Ben looked down at the Omnitrix. Its face had returned to its normal green glow, seemingly recovered from whatever malfunction had brought him here. He twisted the dial, cycling through his alien forms before settling on XLR-8. "Time to make tracks," he said, slapping down on the watch face. The familiar rush of transformation energy washed over him, but something felt off. The change seemed to take longer, the energy flowing through him in unusual patterns before settling. When the green light faded, Ben looked down at his hands, expecting the black claws of XLR-8. Instead, he saw the four-fingered paws of Wildmutt. Roar. Ben growled in confusion. He couldn't speak as Wildmutt, but his frustration came through clearly enough. Wrong alien. Just perfect. The police sirens grew louder. No time to try again. Ben as Wildmutt bounded out through the broken window and raced down the unfamiliar street, his enhanced senses overwhelmed by the cacophony of smells and sounds that could only be one place, New York City. Using his powerful legs, Wildmutt leaped onto a fire escape and began climbing, hoping to get a better vantage point from the rooftops. The city stretched out around him, a glittering forest of skyscrapers and blinking lights far larger and more imposing than anything in Bellwood. In the distance, the unmistakable silhouette of the Empire State Building confirmed his suspicions. Ben had read enough comics to understand what must have happened. Somehow, the Omnitrix had torn a hole between dimensions and dropped him into the Marvel Universe. The question was, what version of that universe? And more importantly, how was he supposed to get home? The familiar beeping of the Omnitrix signaled the end of his transformation. In a flash of red light, Ben returned to human form, now perched precariously on the edge of a 6-story apartment building. Great, he muttered, stepping back from the edge. Stuck in a comic book world with a watch that isn't even working right. He tried the Omnitrix again, but it flashed red, recharging mode. That was another problem. In this world, he had no Grandpa Max to help him figure out the technical issues, no Gwen to reluctantly back him up when things got tough. For the first time since finding the Omnitrix, Ben Tennyson was completely alone. The thought sent a wave of homesickness crashing over him. He sank down against an air conditioning unit, suddenly feeling every bit his 11 years of age. What were Grandpa and Gwen doing right now? Were they looking for him? Did time even pass the same way between dimensions? Don't be a baby, Ben told himself, wiping quickly at his eyes. You're a superhero, remember? Heroes don't cry when things get tough. A distant crash interrupted his pep talk, followed by the sound of an alarm. Ben ran to the edge of the roof and spotted a convenience store about 2 blocks away, its front window shattered. 3 figures in dark clothing were rushing inside. Ben glanced at the Omnitrix, still red. But even without alien powers, he couldn't just ignore a robbery in progress. That wasn't what heroes did. Guess I'll have to handle this the old-fashioned way, he said, heading for the fire escape. How hard can it be? As it turned out, stopping a robbery without superpowers was considerably harder than Ben anticipated. Get lost, kid, the largest robber snarled, shoving Ben backward into a display rack of chips. Before you get hurt. Ben scrambled to his feet, trying to look intimidating despite being half the man's size. I'm warning you guys, I'm not just some regular kid. The second robber laughed, pointing the crowbar he was holding directly at Ben. Oh yeah? What are you gonna do, call your mommy? The third member of the group, a wiry man currently emptying the cash register, glanced nervously toward the door. Just grab the kid and let's go. Cops'll be here any minute. I don't need to call anyone, Ben said, checking the Omnitrix again. Still red. Still recharging. Still useless. But you guys should probably surrender now anyway. Trust me, it'll hurt less. The large robber lunged forward, grabbing for Ben's shirt. Acting on instinct, Ben ducked and rolled between the man's legs, coming up behind him with a move that would have made Grandpa Max proud. Before he could celebrate, however, the second robber swung his crowbar, forcing Ben to dive behind a shelf of snack foods. Come out, wherever you are, the man taunted, stalking down the aisle. Ben's heart pounded in his chest. This wasn't going according to plan at all. If he could just buy a little more time for the Omnitrix to recharge. A flash of movement caught his eye, something red and blue swinging past the broken storefront. Ben's breath caught in his throat. No way. It couldn't be. But it was. The masked figure dropped through the broken window with impossible grace, landing in a crouch that somehow managed to seem both casual and threatening at the same time. You know, I'm pretty sure the sign says, open 24 hours, not please break in after midnight, quipped Spider-Man, straightening to his full height. Honest mistake though. Reading comprehension isn't for everyone. The robber with the crowbar whirled around. Spider-Man. The one and only, the wall crawler confirmed cheerfully. Though I've gotta say, picking on kids now. That's low even for you guys. Before any of the robbers could respond, Spider-Man fired 2 web lines, yanking both the crowbar and the bag of money from their respective owners. His next move was a fluid leap that carried him over the checkout counter, where he delivered a precise tap to the back of the third robber's head, dropping the man instantly. The large robber bellowed in rage and charged, but Spider-Man sidestepped with supernatural speed, tripping the man and sending him crashing into a refrigerator case. Don't get up, Spider-Man advised as the man groaned amid a puddle of spilled energy drinks. Those things have way too much caffeine anyway. Bad for your health. The last robber standing took one look at his fallen companions, then turned and ran for the door, only to find his feet suddenly stuck to the floor by a glob of webbing. Leaving so soon? Spider-Man called. But we haven't even taken a group photo for your Facebook page, World's Most Unsuccessful Criminals. With a few more precise shots of webbing, all three robbers were thoroughly immobilized. Only then did Spider-Man turn his attention to Ben, who had emerged from behind the snack shelf, staring in undisguised awe. "You okay, kid?" Spider-Man asked, his tone gentler now. "You're not hurt, are you?" Ben shook his head, still struggling to process that he was actually standing in front of the Spider-Man. "And no, I'm fine." That was amazing. Something in Spider-Man's posture changed, a slight tensing that Ben might have missed if he hadn't spent the summer studying alien body language. "Thanks, but what were you thinking confronting armed robbers by yourself?" "That was incredibly dangerous. I was trying to stop them," Ben explained, standing a little straighter. "That's what heroes do." Spider-Man's mask revealed nothing of his expression, but his voice carried a note of surprise. "Heroes, huh? And what makes you think you're a hero, exactly?" Ben opened his mouth to explain about the Omnitrix, then hesitated. In his world, his identity as Ben 10 was already known to too many enemies. Here, in this unfamiliar universe, maybe it was better to keep that information to himself, at least until he knew who he could trust. I couldn't stand by and do nothing," he said instead. Spider-Man studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "Admirable. Incredibly stupid, but admirable." He glanced toward the door as police sirens approached. "But this isn't the place for this conversation. The boys in blue aren't always my biggest fans. Come on." Before Ben could respond, Spider-Man had scooped him up and leaped through the broken window, firing a web line at a nearby building and swinging them both up into the night sky. Ben's startled yell quickly transformed into a whoop of excitement as they soared between buildings. This was even better than flying as Stinkfly. The city blurred around them, wind rushing past as Spider-Man executed a series of graceful arcs, each web line perfectly timed to maintain momentum. After several minutes of swinging, Spider-Man deposited Ben gently on a rooftop far from the scene of the robbery. The building overlooked a small park, the Manhattan skyline glittering beyond it. "All right, kid," Spider-Man said, crossing his arms. "Start talking. What's your name, where are your parents, and what were you really doing in that store at 1 a.m? Ben hesitated. The smart move would be to lie, to protect himself in this strange world until he figured out a way home. But something about Spider-Man, maybe the way he protected Ben without hesitation, or maybe just the fact that he was, well, Spider-Man, made Ben want to trust him. Before he could decide, a familiar green glow emanated from his wrist. The Omnitrix had finished recharging. Spider-Man's gaze dropped to the device. "What is that thing?" "Some kind of watch." "It's complicated," Ben said, making a decision. "My name's Ben. Ben Tennyson. And I'm pretty sure I'm from another universe." He expected skepticism, maybe even laughter. Instead, Spider-Man's posture relaxed slightly. "Another universe," he repeated, sounding more resigned than surprised. "Why not? It's been that kind of month." He gestured to the Omnitrix. "And I'm guessing that fancy watch has something to do with it." Ben nodded. "It's called the Omnitrix. It lets me transform into different alien heroes." Seeing Spider-Man's mask lenses widen slightly, he added, "I know how it sounds, but I can prove it." "Let me guess, you were about to prove it to those robbers when I showed up." The watch was recharging, Ben admitted sheepishly. "But it's ready now. Look." He twisted the dial, cycling through the silhouettes of his alien forms. When he reached Diamond Head, he paused, looking up at Spider-Man. "Ready?" Spider-Man took a cautious step back, his body tensing into what Ben recognized as a fighting stance. Go ahead, kid. Impress me. Ben slammed his palm down on the Omnitrix. Familiar green energy engulfed him, reshaping his molecular structure. His skin hardened into crystalline material, his body growing taller and broader as the transformation completed. Diamond Head. He announced in a deeper, resonant voice, then immediately winced. Sorry. Force of habit. Spider-Man stared silently for several seconds, his mask revealing nothing of his reaction. Then, to Ben's surprise, he started laughing, a genuine sound of amazement and amusement. Unbelievable, Spider-Man said, shaking his head. And I thought my life was weird. He approached cautiously, circling the crystalline form of Diamond Head. So you're telling me you can turn into different, what did you call them? Alien heroes? 10 of them, Ben confirmed, flexing his crystalline fingers. Well, 10 that I know of so far. Sometimes the watch gives me the wrong one, though. And in your universe, you use these powers to fight crime. At 11 years old. Mostly I fight aliens trying to take over Earth or steal the Omnitrix, Ben explained. I travel around the country with my grandpa Max and my cousin Gwen, she's a total dweeb, but she's okay sometimes. We were fighting this robot drone when the Omnitrix started acting weird, and next thing I knew, I was crashing through that store window. Spider-Man's posture had changed again, becoming more thoughtful. And you have no idea how to get back. Ben shook his head, the motion strange in Diamond Head's form. None. The watch has been glitchy ever since I got here. When I first tried to transform, I got Wildmud instead of XLR8. Those names mean absolutely nothing to me, Spider-Man pointed out. Right, sorry. The point is, I'm stuck here until I can figure out what went wrong with the Omnitrix. Ben felt the familiar tingling that preceded the transformation wearing off. In a flash of red light, he reverted to human form, suddenly feeling small and vulnerable again compared to Spider-Man's athletic build. There was a long moment of silence as Spider-Man seemed to consider the situation. Finally, he sighed and reached up, pulling his mask off to reveal the face of a teenager, older than Ben by several years, with tousled brown hair and weary eyes that nonetheless held a spark of humor. Peter Parker, he said, extending a hand. And for what it's worth, I believe you, Ben. I've seen enough weird stuff lately that dimension-hopping kids with alien watches barely makes the top 10. Ben shook the offered hand, relief washing over him. Thanks. Peter. Peter pulled his mask back on, becoming Spider-Man once more. So, what's the plan? You can't exactly check into a hotel at your age, especially with no money and no ID from this universe. I hadn't really thought that far ahead, Ben admitted. Clearly, Spider-Man said dryly. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I know someone who might be able to help with the science side of your problem. In the meantime, you can crash at my place. It's not much, but it's better than the streets. Ben blinked in surprise. You'd let me stay with you? Just like that? You barely know me. Spider-Man shrugged. What can I say? I'm a sucker for strays with superpowers. His tone grew more serious. Besides, I know what it's like to be in over your head with abilities you don't fully understand. I wouldn't be much of a hero if I left you to figure this out alone. For the first time since arriving in this strange universe, Ben felt a spark of genuine hope. Thanks, Spider-Man. Peter, he corrected, firing a web line at a nearby building. When the mask is off, it's just Peter. Now hold on tight, my apartment's on the other side of Queens, and the subway stopped running an hour ago. Ben gripped Spider-Man's shoulder as instructed, and they launched once more into the night sky. As they swung between the towering buildings of New York, Ben couldn't help grinning despite his situation. Stuck in another universe with a malfunctioning Omnitrix, separated from his family, and with no clear way home, but at least he had Spider-Man on his side. As far as interdimensional accidents went, it could have been worse. Much worse. Eddie Brock hunched deeper into his fraying jacket as he trudged through the darkened park. Another night, another dead end. 3 weeks of stalking the city streets with his camera, hoping to capture the one photo that would resurrect his shattered career, and all he had to show for it were blisters and an increasingly urgent stack of past due notices. 3 weeks since Spider-Man had ruined his life. 3 weeks since the alien symbiote had been torn from his body, leaving him hollow and alone again. Or so the wall crawler thought. Eddie paused, feeling the familiar stirring beneath his skin, the whispering presence that never truly left him. Fragments of the symbiote had remained, too microscopic for Parker to detect, slowly regenerating within Eddie's bloodstream. Still too weak to fully manifest, but growing stronger each day. Feeding on his hatred. His obsession. Soon, he murmured, stroking his own forearm. We'll be whole again soon. A flash of movement overhead caught his attention, a familiar red and blue figure swinging between buildings. Eddie instinctively reached for the camera hanging around his neck, then froze. Spider-Man wasn't alone. He was carrying someone, a child. The pair disappeared behind a skyscraper before Eddie could get a better look. "What are you up to now, Parker?" he whispered, the name like acid on his tongue. Inside him, the symbiote fragments pulsed with sudden interest. Eddie had learned to interpret these reactions over the weeks of their diminished bonding. Something about what they'd seen had excited the alien. "You sense something," Eddie said, no longer concerned about looking like a man talking to himself. There were stranger sights in New York after midnight. Something different. The symbiote couldn't communicate clearly in its weakened state, but impressions leaked through their connection: power, alien, hunger. Eddie's lips curled into a smile that held no warmth. "Then we'll find it. Whatever Parker's involved with, we'll take it from him." He patted his chest gently. "Just a little longer, my friend. Just a little stronger." He turned toward the direction Spider-Man had been heading, a new purpose in his stride. For weeks, he'd been wandering aimlessly, waiting for the symbiote to regenerate enough for them to confront Spider-Man again. Now, finally, they had something specific to hunt. As he walked, Eddie didn't notice how the shadows seemed to cling to him longer than they should, or how his eyes occasionally reflected light with an oily, shifting quality that was decidedly inhuman. Venom was healing. And soon, he would feed. Peter Parker's apartment wasn't what Ben had expected. Located in a rundown building in Queens, it consisted of a single room with a kitchenette in one corner, a bed pushed against the wall, and a desk overflowing with photography equipment, textbooks, and what looked like pieces of Spider-Man's web shooters in various states of disassembly. "Home sweet home," Peter said, closing the window through which they'd entered. "Sorry about the mess. I wasn't exactly expecting interdimensional company." Ben shrugged, too busy examining the room to care about its state. This was where Spider-Man lived. He spotted a framed photograph on the bedside table, Peter with an older woman who had to be his aunt, given what Ben knew of the comics. "It's fine. Way better than sleeping on a rooftop," Ben said, suddenly realizing how exhausted he felt. The dimensional jump, the failed robbery intervention, the swinging through New York, it all crashed down on him at once. Peter seemed to notice. "You can take the bed," he offered. "I'll crash on the floor. Got a sleeping bag around here somewhere." "I can't take your bed," Ben protested. "Kid, I regularly sleep clinging to the side of buildings when I'm on patrol. Trust me, the floor is a luxury by comparison." Peter rummaged through his closet, eventually extracting a battered sleeping bag. "Besides, you've had a rough day. Dimensional displacement probably takes it out of you." Too tired to argue further, Ben kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. Only then did he notice the clock on the wall, 2:37 a.m. "What about your aunt?" he asked suddenly. "Won't she wonder who I am?" Peter paused in the middle of laying out the sleeping bag. "Aunt May doesn't live here. This is my own place." Something in his tone suggested there was more to that story, but he didn't elaborate. We'll figure out a cover story for you tomorrow. Right now, we both need sleep. Ben nodded, settling back against the pillow. As Peter turned off the lights, leaving only the ambient glow of the city filtering through the window, a thought occurred to him. Hey, Peter. What did you mean earlier, about seeing enough weird stuff lately? What's been happening in this universe? In the dim light, Ben could just make out Peter's silhouette as he settled into the sleeping bag. That, Peter said quietly, is a long and complicated story. One that involves the very thing that might help us understand your watch better, the symbiote. Symbiote? Ben repeated, the term vaguely familiar from his limited comic knowledge. An alien organism that bonds with a host, Peter explained, his voice taking on a strange, tight quality. It found me first. Enhanced my powers, changed my suit to black. Made me different. Stronger, but angrier. More aggressive. Ben propped himself up on one elbow, suddenly wide awake again. What happened to it? I rejected it when I realized what it was doing to me. How it was changing me. Peter's voice had dropped almost to a whisper. But it found someone else. Someone who hates me. Someone who knows who I am beneath the mask. Venom, Ben breathed, the pieces clicking into place. Peter sat up suddenly. You know about Venom in your universe? Only from comics, Ben admitted. Spider-Man is a fictional character where I come from. But the details are different, you seem younger than the comics I've read. Great, Peter muttered. I'm not just a superhero, I'm multiversal entertainment. He lay back down with a sigh. Anyway, yes. Eddie Brock. Former journalist with a grudge against both Spider-Man and Peter Parker. When the symbiote bonded with him, it created something dangerous. More dangerous than I was ready for. But you beat him, right? Ben asked. The symbiote's gone now. The silence that followed lasted just a beat too long. I thought so, Peter finally said. I used sound waves, one of the symbiote's weaknesses, to separate it from Brock. But lately, there have been incidents. Sightings of something that moves like Venom. Nothing confirmed yet, but you think he's still out there, Ben finished for him. I think something's out there, Peter corrected. Whether it's Venom as I knew him or something else, I'm not sure yet. He rolled over, clearly trying to end the conversation. Get some sleep, Ben. Tomorrow we start figuring out how to get you home. Ben lay back, staring up at the ceiling. He'd thought finding Spider-Man was a stroke of luck, a fortunate accident in an otherwise terrible situation. Now he wasn't so sure. If Venom was still active in this universe, still hunting Spider-Man, then Ben had just landed himself in the middle of another dangerous conflict. On the other hand, fighting bad guys alongside Spider-Man. A part of him, the part that still treated the Omnitrix like the greatest summer vacation toy ever, couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement at the prospect. As sleep finally began to claim him, Ben's last conscious thought was of the Omnitrix on his wrist. If the device had malfunctioned badly enough to send him across dimensions, what other surprises might it have in store? And more worryingly, what if it was damaged in ways he couldn't see, ways that might prevent him from ever returning home? With those uneasy questions swirling in his mind, Ben Tennyson drifted into an exhausted sleep in a universe not his own, while somewhere in the city, something dark and hungry stirred at the first hint of alien power. Morning arrived with the blaring of car horns and the general cacophony of New York City waking up. Ben rolled over, momentarily confused by the unfamiliar surroundings until the events of the previous night came rushing back. Another universe. Spider-Man, Venom. He sat up quickly, scanning the small apartment. The sleeping bag lay empty on the floor, neatly rolled up. A note rested on the bedside table next to a granola bar and an apple. Gone to class. Back by noon. Stay here. P class. Ben frowned, then remembered that this version of Peter Parker was younger than the one he was familiar with from comics, still a student, probably in high school or college. Ben's stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since lunch the previous day, in another universe. He unwrapped the granola bar and devoured it in 3 bites, then started on the apple while exploring the apartment more thoroughly. Most of the space was exactly what you'd expect from a teenage superhero living alone, organized chaos. Textbooks on advanced physics and chemistry competed for space with photography magazines. A police scanner sat next to what appeared to be chemistry equipment for producing web fluid. Clothes were haphazardly stuffed into drawers, with the notable exception of the Spider-Man suit, which Ben found carefully hidden in a locked box under the bed. The lock proved no match for a hairpin and some techniques Grandpa Max had taught him, for emergencies only. What stood out most, however, was a bulletin board above Peter's desk. Newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten notes covered its surface, all centered around one subject, Venom. The most prominent item was a blurry photograph of a massive, dark figure with a gaping maw full of impossible teeth. Scrawled across the bottom in Peter's handwriting, "Still out there?" Beneath the photo was a list of recent incidents, disappearances, reports of strange noises, sightings of a black creature, all marked with pins on a map of New York. The pins clustered around one area in particular, a section of abandoned subway tunnels near the waterfront. "So much for, nothing confirmed yet," Ben muttered, studying the map. Peter had clearly been tracking Venom for weeks, building a case file worthy of a detective. The Omnitrix beeped suddenly, drawing Ben's attention. The face had turned yellow, a color he'd never seen before. When he tried to activate it, the holographic display flickered with symbols he didn't recognize. "Great," Ben sighed. "More glitches." A knock at the door made him jump. Ben froze, unsure what to do. Peter had explicitly told him to stay in the apartment, but hadn't mentioned anything about visitors. Should he answer? Pretend no one was home? Another knock, more insistent this time, followed by a woman's voice. "Peter? Are you in there?" "It's me." Definitely not Peter's, and from the sound of it, the voice was too young. "Girlfriend maybe?" Ben hesitated, then approached the door cautiously. "Peter's not here," he called through the door. "He's at class." Silence for a moment, then, "Who is this? Why are you in Peter's apartment?" "I'm..." Ben scrambled for a plausible explanation. "I'm his cousin. From out of town. I'm staying with him for a few days." Another pause. "Peter doesn't have any cousins." Ben winced. Of course Peter would have mentioned if he had cousins. "Okay, so I'm not his cousin. But I really am staying with him. He said he'd be back by noon." "Open the door." The woman's tone brooked no argument. "Now, or I'm calling the police." Left with little choice, Ben reluctantly unlocked the door and opened it a crack, keeping the chain on. A young woman with platinum blonde hair and sharp, suspicious eyes glared at him through the gap. She wore a black leather jacket over a gray t-shirt, and her entire posture screamed, "Don't mess with me." "Who are you?" she demanded. "And where's Peter?" "I told you, he's at class. He'll be back soon." Ben held his ground despite the woman's intimidating presence. "My name's Ben. He's helping me with a problem." The woman's eyes narrowed. What kind of problem requires an 11-year-old boy to be alone in a college student's apartment? "It's complicated," Ben said, unconsciously covering the Omnitrix with his other hand. The movement caught the woman's attention. Her gaze dropped to his wrist, and something in her expression changed, recognition, followed by alarm. "What is that on your wrist?" she asked, her voice suddenly tense. Before Ben could answer, the Omnitrix beeped again, the yellow glow intensifying. Without warning, it projected a holographic display into the air between them, similar to the alien navigation system in Tetrax's ship, but with symbols Ben had never seen before. The woman stared at the projection, then back at Ben, her suspicion now mixed with something else. Fear. "Let me in," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Now. How do I know you're actually Peter's friend?" Ben countered, still wary. She sighed in exasperation, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a phone. A few taps later, she held it up to show Ben a selfie of her and Peter, both smiling, with what looked like a school campus in the background. "I'm Gwen Stacy," she said. "Peter's friend. And whatever that thing on your wrist is, you shouldn't be messing with it in public view. So let me in." The name registered with Ben immediately. Gwen Stacy, another character from the Spider-Man comics. Reluctantly, he closed the door, undid the chain, and let her in. Gwen entered cautiously, keeping her distance from Ben as she surveyed the apartment. Her gaze lingered on the bulletin board with its Venom evidence before returning to Ben. "Start talking," she said, crossing her arms. "What are you doing here, and what is that device?" Ben weighed his options. If this was really Gwen Stacy, then she might already know Peter was Spider-Man, depending on which version of the comics this universe followed. But if she didn't? "It's a special watch," he said vaguely. "It's been malfunctioning, and Peter's helping me fix it. A watch that projects holograms of what looked like alien text." Gwen's eyebrow rose skeptically. "Try again, kid." The Omnitrix chose that moment to beep a third time and shut down its holographic display, the face returning to its normal green. Ben sighed. This was getting complicated fast. "Look, you should really wait for Peter to explain. It's his decision how much to tell you." Gwen's expression softened slightly. "Let me guess. It has something to do with his extracurricular activities. You know." Ben blurted, then immediately regretted it. A small, triumphant smile crossed Gwen's face. "I've known for months. We dated briefly, remember? Kind of hard to hide all those mysterious injuries and disappearances from someone who pays attention." Her smile faded. "Not that he ever actually admitted it to me." That explained the slightly awkward vibe in the photo. "Ex-girlfriend, then." "So," Gwen continued, pulling up Peter's desk chair and sitting down. "Since we both know Peter's secret, why don't you tell me yours? Starting with how an 11-year-old boy ends up with alien technology." Ben hesitated, then decided that if Peter trusted her enough to almost tell her about being Spider-Man, she was probably safe to talk to. "It's called the Omnitrix," he began, holding up his wrist. "And I'm not exactly from around here." By the time he finished explaining, the condensed version, leaving out many of his adventures but covering the basics of the Omnitrix and his dimensional displacement, Gwen's initial skepticism had given way to fascination. "Another universe," she said, shaking her head in wonder. "And in your world, all of this," she gestured around them, "is just comic books. Spider-Man, the Avengers, the X-Men, all fictional characters," Ben confirmed. "Though the details seem different here. Peter seems younger than I remember from the comics. And you can really transform into different aliens?" Gwen leaned forward, studying the Omnitrix with intense curiosity. "Can you show me?" Ben twisted the dial, relieved to see it cycling through his familiar alien silhouettes again. The yellow display seemed to have been a temporary glitch. "I could, but I probably shouldn't in Peter's apartment. Some of my aliens are kind of destructive." Gwen laughed. "Fair enough. So Peter's trying to help you get home?" "That's the plan. He mentioned someone who might understand the science better, though he didn't say who." "Probably Reed Richards," Gwen suggested. "Of the Fantastic Four? If anyone could help with interdimensional travel, it would be him." Before Ben could respond, the sound of the window sliding open interrupted them. Spider-Man swung into the room, landing gracefully on the floor before noticing Gwen and freezing in place. "Gwen. What are you?" He stopped, glancing between her and Ben. "I see you two have met. Your new cousin was just telling me about his interesting watch," Gwen said dryly. And his interdimensional travel problems. Peter pulled off his mask with a groan. So much for secret identities. She already knew you were Spider-Man, Ben said quickly. I didn't tell her that part. I've known for ages, Gwen confirmed. Though thanks for confirming it finally, even if it took a kid from another dimension to make it happen. Peter ran a hand through his hair, looking distinctly uncomfortable. We should talk about that. Later. He turned to Ben. I thought I told you to stay put. I did. Ben protested. She came here looking for you. And found something much more interesting, Gwen added, her tone softening as she addressed Peter again. Why didn't you tell me about this? About any of it? I could have helped. The same reason I didn't tell you about being Spider-Man, Peter said, his voice tired. The more people know, the more people get put in danger. He glanced at the bulletin board. Especially now. Gwen followed his gaze, her expression darkening. You're still obsessing over Venom. It's not obsession, it's caution, Peter corrected. And yes, I'm still tracking unusual incidents. There's been another disappearance near the waterfront, a homeless man who frequented the abandoned subway in trance. And you think it's connected to Venom? Gwen asked, concern evident in her voice. I don't know, Peter admitted. But I'm going to find out. Tonight. Ben, who had been following the exchange silently, spoke up. I want to come with you. Both Peter and Gwen turned to look at him with identical expressions of dismay. Absolutely not, Peter said firmly. It's too dangerous. I've fought aliens and monsters before, Ben argued. And the Omnitrix is working normally again. I can help. This isn't like your universe, Ben, Peter said, his tone gentler but no less resolute. Venom isn't just some monster of the week. He's personal. He knows who I am. How to hurt me. All the more reason to have backup, Ben insisted. Two heroes are better than one, right? Peter opened his mouth to argue further when Gwen interrupted. He's right, Peter. When Peter turned to her in surprise, she shrugged. What? If Venom is back, you shouldn't face him alone. And Ben has powers that might actually help. I'm responsible for him, Peter said, gesturing to Ben. I can't put a kid in danger. Hello. Standing right here, Ben reminded them. And I'm not just a kid. I'm Ben 10. He held up the Omnitrix. With this, I've taken down warlords and monsters way scarier than Venom. Peter looked unconvinced, but Gwen placed a hand on his arm. Let him help, Peter. Just as backup. If things get too dangerous, he can get out fast, right? XLR-8 can move faster than the human I can follow, Ben confirmed. And Ghost Freak can turn intangible. I have options for escape. Peter looked between them, clearly conflicted, before finally sighing in defeat. Fine. But you follow my lead, stay out of direct confrontation if possible, and if I say run, you run. No arguments. Deal. Deal, Ben agreed immediately, trying not to look too excited at the prospect of a real team-up with Spider-Man. I'm coming too, Gwen declared. No. Peter's response was immediate and firm. Absolutely not. You don't have powers, Gwen. Neither does Venom's host, she countered. And I'm not suggesting I fight him. But someone needs to be the lookout, monitor the police scanner, and coordinate if you two get separated. Ben watched the silent battle of wills play out between them, impressed by Gwen's determination. She reminded him of his own cousin, equally stubborn when she believed she was right. Fine, Peter eventually relented. But you stay at least 2 blocks away, with a working phone and a direct line to the police. He checked his watch. We've got hours before nightfall. In the meantime, we need to figure out a cover story for Ben and see what we can learn about the recent disappearances. As Peter and Gwen began discussing logistics, Ben felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. His first night in this universe had already brought him face to face with Spider-Man. His second would potentially pit him against one of Spider-Man's deadliest enemies. Whatever happened, it was going to be a long way from a normal summer vacation. The tunnels beneath New York City stretched like a labyrinth of forgotten history, abandoned subway lines, maintenance shafts, and sewer systems intertwining in a complex network few people ever saw. In one such tunnel, far from the bustling streets above, Eddie Brock huddled in the darkness. His body shook with fever as the symbiote fragments within him continued their accelerated regeneration. Something had changed in the last 24 hours, the alien presence was growing stronger, more insistent. More hungry. What is it? Eddie whispered, clutching his chest as another spasm racked his body. What do you sense? The answer came not in words but in impressions: power, familiar, kin. Kin. Eddie repeated, confused. Another symbiote? No. Different. More. Eddie didn't understand, but he trusted his other half implicitly. Whatever the symbiote sensed had excited it enough to push their bonding process to dangerous speeds. The fever was a side effect of the alien's efforts to regain its full strength faster than Eddie's human body could safely accommodate. But they were close now. So close to being whole again. A rat scurried past, and without conscious thought, Eddie's hand shot out with inhuman speed, fingers elongating into black talons that impaled the creature. He brought the squirming rodent to his mouth as the blackness spread momentarily across his face, forming a maw of fangs that devoured the small animal in one bite. The sensation of another presence watching him made Eddie turn sharply, wiping blood from his chin. A homeless man stood frozen in shock at the entrance to the tunnel chamber, his weathered face pale with terror. The small flashlight in his trembling hand illuminated Eddie's face, normal again, but with eyes that reflected an oily, alien sheen. You didn't see anything, Eddie said quietly. The man backed away slowly. I don't want no trouble, mister. I was just looking for a place to sleep. I said, Eddie repeated, rising to his feet as darkness began to flow across his skin like living oil. You didn't see anything. The scream that followed was mercifully brief, cut short by the sound of tearing flesh. When silence returned to the tunnel, Eddie stood alone, the symbiote receding back beneath his skin, momentarily satiated. Soon, he promised, stroking his arm as the alien presence pulsed contentedly. Very soon now, we'll be strong enough to take what we want. His lips curled in a grim smile. And then Parker will pay for what he did to us. As if in agreement, the shadows around him seemed to deepen, coalescing into patterns that almost resembled a fanged, monstrous face before dissolving back into ordinary darkness. In the silence of the abandoned tunnel, something chuckled, a sound that wasn't quite human and wasn't quite alien, but a perfect, terrible synthesis of both. We are Venom, Eddie whispered. And we are hungry. As evening approached, Ben sat on Peter's windowsill, watching the city transition from day to night. The buildings lit up in a dazzling display of urban illumination that made Bellwood look like a quiet village by comparison. Despite his predicament, Ben couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at being in this iconic skyline that existed only in fiction in his world. Behind him, Peter was checking his web shooters, making adjustments and ensuring he had enough fluid for the night ahead. He'd been mostly quiet since their earlier conversation, clearly still uncomfortable with the idea of bringing Ben along. You know, Ben said, breaking the silence, in my universe, I've been doing the hero thing for months now. I've faced Vilgax, he's like, the most dangerous warlord in the galaxy, and lived to tell about it. Peter glanced up from his work. That's great, kid. Really. But Venom isn't just dangerous because he's strong or scary. He's dangerous because he knows me. The real me, not just Spider-Man. And he hates both sides of who I am. Because you rejected the symbiote, and then it bonded with Brock, Ben said, recalling what he knew of the Venom storyline. And Brock already hated you for some reason. I exposed one of his stories as fraudulent, Peter explained, testing the spray mechanism on his web shooter. He was a reporter at the Daily Bugle, where I sell photos, ironically enough. He faked an interview with a serial killer, and Spider-Man caught the real killer, proving Brock had lied. He lost his job, his reputation. Everything. Ben frowned. So it's personal on both sides. The symbiote hates you for rejecting it, and Brock hates you for ruining his career. Exactly. Peter slipped the web shooter onto his wrist. That's why Venom is more dangerous than any other enemy I've faced. It's not just about strength, it's about knowledge and motivation. He doesn't just want to defeat Spider-Man, he wants to destroy Peter Parker. Does he know about Gwen? Ben asked, suddenly concerned. Is she safe? Peter's expression darkened. That's why I didn't want her involved in any of this. But Gwen is stubborn. Once she decides to do something, there's no talking her out of it. Ben grinned. Sounds like my cousin. Gwen's the most annoying person I know, but she's also probably the smartest. And definitely the most stubborn. Your cousin's name is Gwen too? Peter asked, momentarily distracted. Gwen Tennyson, Ben confirmed. Total know-it-all and major dweeb. But. He hesitated, then admitted, she's come through for me a bunch of times. We're a good team, even if I'd never tell her that. Peter smiled slightly. Family's complicated, huh? Tell me about it, Ben agreed. So what's the plan for tonight? We searched the tunnels for signs of Venom. We, Peter emphasized, are not doing anything of the sort. I'm going to investigate the disappearances, starting with the last known location of the missing homeless man. You are going to stay out of sight and be ready to run interference only if absolutely necessary. That sounds boring, Ben complained. Boring is safe, Peter countered, pulling on his mask. And that's exactly how I want to keep you until we can figure out how to get you home. A knock at the door signaled Gwen's arrival. She entered carrying a backpack and what looked like fast food bags. Dinner, she announced, setting the bags on Peter's desk. Figured we should eat before the stakeout. Ben's stomach growled appreciatively as the smell of burgers and fries filled the small apartment. He hadn't realized how hungry he was. As they ate, Gwen laid out her own preparations. I've got a police scanner app, pepper spray, and a whistle that emits a sound at the exact frequency you said hurts the symbiote, she told Peter. Also, I mapped out all the abandoned subway entrances near the waterfront. There are 3 main access points within a 5-block radius of the last disappearance. Peter nodded, impressed despite himself. Good work. We'll start with the entrance nearest to where the homeless man was last seen. What about me? Ben asked around a mouthful of fries. Which alien should I go with if things get hairy? Forearms for strength? Diamond Head for durability? Ghost Freak for stealth? Whatever gives you the best chance of escaping if necessary, Peter said firmly. Remember our deal. You're backup only, and you run if I say run. Ben rolled his eyes but nodded agreement. Fine. But for the record, I've beaten way tougher guys than Venom. We're not trying to beat anyone tonight, Peter clarified. This is reconnaissance only. I want to confirm whether Venom is actually back before we make any other moves. He checked his watch. It's dark enough now. Let's go. As they prepared to leave, Ben transformed into Ghost Freak, his most stealthy form and the one least likely to be spotted in the dark tunnels. The ghostly alien's single eye observed as Spider-Man and Gwen exchanged a look that conveyed volumes without words. Be careful, Gwen said simply. Always am, Spider-Man replied, though his light tone didn't quite mask the concern in his voice. Keep your phone on. First sign of trouble, you call the police and get out of there. Same goes for you too, she countered, pulling on a dark jacket. Especially if you find what you're looking for. With final preparations complete, the unlikely trio set out into the night, a teenage superhero, a girl determined to help despite the danger, and a ghostly alien who was actually an 11-year-old boy from another dimension. None of them noticed the shadow that detached itself from the alley across from Peter's building, following at a discreet distance as they made their way toward the waterfront. None of them heard the hungry whisper that trailed in their wake. Yes. Coming to us. The abandoned subway entrance was exactly as ominous as Ben would have expected, a crumbling concrete structure covered in graffiti, sealed with rusted chain-link fencing that had been cut open and bent back by unknown hands. A sign warning, "Danger, No entry," hung askew from a single remaining bolt. "Charming," Gwen muttered, setting up her impromptu command post behind a dumpster in the alley across the street. She pulled out her phone and a small flashlight. "I'll monitor police frequencies and keep an eye on this entrance. If you're not back in an hour, I'm calling for backup." Spider-Man nodded, then turned to Ben, who had transformed back to human form to conserve the Omnitrix's power. "Ready for this?" "Born ready," Ben replied with more confidence than he felt. Something about the dark entrance made his skin crawl in a way that few of his aliens could match. "Stay close, stay quiet, and follow your lead, I know," Ben finished for him. "Let's go already." With a resigned shake of his head, Spider-Man led the way into the tunnel, the lenses of his mask adjusting to the darkness. Ben followed close behind, twisting the Omnitrix dial to wild mud in preparation for any trouble. The alien's enhanced senses would be perfect for navigating the dark tunnels. The entrance led to a steep staircase, its steps cracked and uneven. The smell of mildew and something less identifiable, something organic and unpleasant, grew stronger as they descended. When they reached the bottom, they found themselves in what had once been a subway station, now stripped of anything valuable and covered in decades of grime. "This place has been abandoned since the 70s, Spider-Man whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. The line was decommissioned when they rerouted the tracks. Ben looked around nervously. Perfect hideout for a symbiote monster. "Let's not jump to conclusions," Spider-Man cautioned, though his tense posture suggested he was thinking the same thing. "We need evidence, not speculation." They moved deeper into the station, past crumbling benches and faded advertisements for products long since discontinued. A rat scurried across their path, disappearing into a crack in the wall. "There are 3 main tunnels leading from this station," Spider-Man explained, pointing into the darkness ahead. "North toward Manhattan, east toward Brooklyn, and a maintenance tunnel that connects to the sewer system." "Which one do we check first?" Ben asked. Spider-Man considered for a moment. "The maintenance tunnel. Less space for something big to hide, so we can clear it quickly." As they approached the entrance to the maintenance tunnel, a narrow archway barely tall enough for Spider-Man to enter without ducking, Ben felt the Omnitrix warm against his wrist. A quick glance showed the device glowing with an unusual intensity, almost as if it were reacting to something. Spider-Man," he called softly. "The Omnitrix is doing something weird again." Spider-Man turned back, examining the glowing device. "That can't be good. Any idea what it means?" "No, but last time it did this, I ended up in your universe," Ben said uneasily. "Maybe it's detecting something about the dimensional rift. Or maybe," a low, rumbling sound interrupted him, something between a growl and a hiss, emanating from the darkness of the tunnel ahead. Both heroes froze. "Was that," Ben began. "Shoo." Spider-Man held up a hand for silence, his entire body tense with alertness. "Something's in there." The sound came again, closer this time. Something was moving toward them, something large enough to scrape against both walls of the narrow tunnel as it approached. "I'm thinking this is a good time for one of your aliens," Spider-Man whispered, backing away slowly. "Preferably one that can see in the dark and isn't tasty to hungry monsters." Ben nodded, twisting the Omnitrix dial to wild mud as planned. The orange alien's enhanced senses would at least let them know what they were facing. He pressed down on the watch face, bracing for transformation. The green energy washed over him as usual, but something felt off, the same sensation he'd experienced when arriving in this universe. When the light faded, Ben found himself not in Wildmutt's powerful body, but in a form he'd never used before. What the? The voice that emerged from his new form was raspy and cold, like dry leaves rustling. Ben looked down at himself in shock. His body was composed of what looked like shifting black particles, similar to living sand. When he moved, parts of him flowed like liquid before reforming. That's not one of your usual aliens, I'm guessing? Spider-Man asked, staring at Ben's new form with obvious concern. I've never seen this one before, Ben confirmed, watching in fascination as his arm stretched and morphed at his command. It's like I'm made of living particles. Like sand, but darker. Great, just what we needed, Spider-Man muttered. More unknowns. Before they could discuss it further, the growling from the tunnel crescendoed, and a massive shape lunged from the darkness. Venom was exactly as terrifying as the photographs had suggested, and then some. Standing nearly 8 feet tall, his muscular body seemed composed of living darkness, rippling and flowing with each movement. The white spider symbol on his chest contorted as he moved, and his mouth, full of impossible fangs arranged in a perpetual grin, dripped with saliva as he regarded the two heroes. Spider-Man, Venom hissed, his unnaturally long tongue lashing the air. We've been waiting for you. Eddie, Spider-Man said, his voice remarkably steady given the circumstances. You're looking healthy. Last time I saw you, you were considerably less symbiotic. We are whole again, Venom growled, taking a step forward that made both heroes step back instinctively. Stronger than before. Hungry. His gaze shifted to Ben, and something like recognition flashed in his milky eyes. And you've brought us a gift. We can smell the power on this one. Different. Alien. But familiar somehow. Stay away from him, Brock, Spider-Man warned, moving protectively in front of Ben. He's just a kid. Venom's grin widened impossibly. A child? With such power? How delicious. With shocking speed, Venom lunged toward them. Spider-Man reacted instantly, firing a web line at the ceiling and swinging a powerful kick into Venom's chest. The impact barely seemed to register with the symbiote, who batted Spider-Man aside like a toy. Spider-Man! Ben cried, then found himself facing Venom alone. What are you? The monster hissed, circling Ben with predatory interest. Not human. Not entirely. Something new. I'm the guy who's gonna kick your butt, Ben replied, trying to sound brave despite his complete unfamiliarity with this alien form. Acting on instinct, he thrust his arm forward, surprised when it elongated into a sharp spear that struck Venom in the shoulder. Venom roared in what seemed like equal parts pain and delight. Yes. Power. We can taste it. The symbiote lunged again, but this time Ben was ready. Drawing on his experience with adapting to new alien forms, he let his body flow like liquid, dodging Venom's attack by literally splitting apart and reforming behind him. Whoa, Ben gasped, amazed at his new form's abilities. That was awesome. Spider-Man had recovered from the initial blow and rejoined the fight, launching a barrage of web shots at Venom's face to blind him temporarily. Whatever you are, now would be a great time to run, he shouted to Ben. I can help. Ben protested. This new alien has some serious moves. As if to prove his point, Ben concentrated on his arms, watching in amazement as they transformed into massive hammers that he swung at Venom's back. The impact sent the symbiote staggering forward. Venom whirled, his expression changing from rage to fascination. You are like us, he hissed. Living matter. Changeable. Perfect. I'm nothing like you, Ben shot back, though a creeping sense of unease told him Venom might be onto something. This new alien form did share some characteristics with the symbiote, the fluid movement, the ability to change shape at will. Spider-Man used the distraction to launch a more coordinated attack, firing impact webs at Venom's feet to immobilize him while delivering a series of rapid punches to his midsection. "Ben, get out of here," he shouted between blows. "Find Gwen and go back to the apartment." "But I can help," Ben argued, even as he noticed something disturbing. Parts of his new alien form seemed to be reaching toward Venom of their own accord, like they were attracted to the symbiote. "That's an order," Spider-Man yelled, just as Venom broke free from the webbing with a roar of fury. "Go." Reluctantly, Ben began backing toward the station, still in his new alien form. As he moved away from the fight, he felt the Omnitrix begin to pulse on his chest. This alien apparently wore the device there rather than on the wrist. The pulsing grew more intense, almost painful. A warning beep sounded, and suddenly Ben was human again, the transformation timing out at the worst possible moment. The Omnitrix on his wrist glowed red, recharging mode. The sudden change caught Venom's attention. The symbiote's head snapped toward Ben, eyes widening at the sight of the human child where the sand-like being had been. A transformation? Venom's voice held new interest. "Like us, but different. We must have it." With terrifying speed, Venom lunged past Spider-Man, straight for Ben. "Run!" Spider-Man screamed, shooting a web line that caught Venom's shoulder but did nothing to slow his charge. Ben turned and sprinted toward the stairs leading up to the street, heart hammering in his chest. Behind him, he could hear the sounds of combat as Spider-Man desperately tried to draw Venom's attention away from him. "Hey, ugly. I'm the one you want, remember? Your personal vendetta. The guy who ruined your life twice." A roar of rage suggested Spider-Man's taunts had hit home, but Ben didn't slow down to check. He took the crumbling stairs two at a time, nearly falling twice in his haste. The Omnitrix remained stubbornly red, refusing to recharge faster despite the dire situation. Come on, Ben muttered as he burst into the cool night air. "I need you now. Ben." Gwen's voice came from across the street, where she was emerging from her hiding spot. "What happened?" "I heard noises, Venom." Ben gasped, reaching her side. "He's down there with Spider-Man. We need help." Gwen's eyes widened with fear, but she acted quickly, pulling out her phone. "I'm calling the police." "No time," Ben said, grabbing her arm. "He's not fighting to capture Spider-Man, he wants the Omnitrix. He called it power. Said I was like him somehow." "Like him?" Gwen repeated, confused. "How?" "I don't know. The Omnitrix gave me a new alien I've never seen before. It was like I was made of living sand or something." Venom seemed to recognize it somehow. A tremendous crash from the subway entrance cut their conversation short. Spider-Man came flying out of the darkness, landing hard on the concrete several feet away. He lay still for a moment, clearly dazed from the impact. "Peter." Gwen rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. "Get out of here," Spider-Man groaned, his mask torn to reveal a bleeding cut above his eye. "Both of you. Now. He's coming." As if on cue, Venom emerged from the subway entrance, moving with the fluid grace of a predator who knows its prey is cornered. His grin widened at the sight of all three of them together. "Nowhere to run," he hissed, stalking closer. "Nowhere to hide." Ben looked down at the Omnitrix, still red, still recharging. Spider-Man was hurt, Gwen was defenseless, and he was powerless. For perhaps the first time since finding the Omnitrix, Ben felt truly afraid. But as Venom approached, something unexpected happened. The Omnitrix's red glow suddenly intensified, then shifted to the same yellow hue it had displayed earlier in the apartment. Strange symbols flashed across its surface. Venom froze, his head tilting like a curious dog. "Yes," he breathed. "We feel it. The power. Give it to us, child. Stay back." Ben warned, though his voice cracked with fear. He stepped in front of Gwen and the injured Spider-Man, holding up the glowing Omnitrix like a shield. To his shock, Venom actually hesitated, eyeing the device with what almost looked like caution. That energy, the symbiote growled. Familiar. Dangerous. But, useful. Without warning, tendrils shot from Venom's body, aiming directly for Ben's wrist. Spider-Man reacted with remarkable speed despite his injuries, firing a web that intercepted the tendrils mid-air. "Gwen, the whistle," he shouted. Gwen fumbled in her pocket and produced a small metal whistle, which she immediately blew with all her strength. The sound that emerged was barely audible to human ears, but the effect on Venom was immediate and dramatic. The symbiote recoiled with a shriek of pain, its form rippling and distorting as if trying to tear itself apart. Eddie Brock's human face momentarily emerged from the mass of writhing blackness, contorted in agony, before being subsumed again. "Stop!" Venom screamed, tendrils whipping wildly around him. "We will kill you all." The Omnitrix chose that precise moment to beep again, not the normal recharging sound, but something higher pitched and more urgent. Without Ben activating it, the device suddenly projected a beam of green light directly at Venom. Where the beam struck the symbiote, the black substance seemed to freeze, then crystallize, turning from fluid darkness to brittle obsidian. Venom howled in confusion and pain as nearly a third of his mass transformed. What are you doing to us?" the creature demanded, backing away as the crystallized portion of his body cracked and fell away like shattered glass. Ben stared at the Omnitrix in shock. "I'm not doing anything. It's acting on its own." The beam intensified, and more of Venom's substance began to crystallize. With a final roar of rage and fear, the symbiote turned and fled, flowing into a storm drain with unnatural speed. As suddenly as it had activated, the Omnitrix's beam shut off. The device returned to its normal green glow, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. For several seconds, the three of them stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Venom had disappeared. "What," Spider-Man finally said, breathing heavily, "was that?" "I have no idea," Ben admitted, looking down at the Omnitrix with new uncertainty. "It's never done anything like that before." "It saved us," Gwen pointed out, helping Spider-Man stay upright. "Whatever it did, it hurt Venom enough to make him run." "Yeah, but why?" Spider-Man winced as he touched the cut above his eye. "And more importantly, what was that new alien form you turned into?" The one Venom said was like him. Before Ben could attempt an answer, the sound of approaching police sirens cut through the night air. Someone must have called in the disturbance. "We need to go," Spider-Man said urgently. "Now." Questions later. Supporting each other, the trio retreated into the darkness of the surrounding alleys, leaving behind only scattered fragments of crystallized symbiote as evidence of the strange encounter. None of them noticed the single black tendril that emerged from the storm drain once they were gone, absorbing the crystallized fragments one by one, drawing them back into the darkness below. None of them heard the whispered promise that echoed in the empty street, "We will have that power. We will have it all." Back at Peter's apartment, the atmosphere was tense as they tended to their injuries and tried to process what had happened. Peter's cut had required 3 butterfly bandages, and he moved gingerly, suggesting bruised ribs from his impact with the concrete. "So let me get this straight," Gwen said, pacing the small room. "The Omnitrix gave you a new alien form you've never seen before, one that Venom recognized as somehow similar to himself. Then, when he attacked us, the Omnitrix acted on its own and shot some kind of crystallizing beam at him." "That pretty much sums it up," Ben confirmed, staring down at the device on his wrist. It had returned to normal operation, showing no signs of its earlier autonomous behavior. Peter, now dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants with his Spider-Man suit discarded in a corner, frowned thoughtfully. "The new alien form, can you access it again? Maybe seeing it under controlled conditions would help us understand what happened." Ben twisted the Omnitrix dial, cycling through his alien roster. "I don't see it anywhere. Just my usual 10 aliens." He looked up with sudden concern. What if the Omnitrix is malfunctioning even worse than we thought? What if it's picking up alien DNA from this universe? Is that possible? Gwen asked. The Omnitrix is designed to collect and catalog alien DNA, Ben explained. That's how I got all my transformations in the first place. If it somehow detected the symbiote as a new alien species, it might have sampled it and added it to your roster, Peter finished, eyes widening with realization. And if the symbiote is aware enough to recognize what happened, he might want the Omnitrix even more now, Ben said quietly. Not just because it's powerful, but because it interacted with him somehow. Gwen sat down heavily on Peter's desk chair. This just got a lot more complicated, didn't it? Peter nodded grimly. If the Omnitrix is somehow connected to or affected by the symbiote, that changes everything. We need to understand exactly what happened down there. He turned to Ben. And we need to figure out what that new alien form is capable of before you use it again. If it even shows up again, Ben pointed out. I didn't choose it the first time, the Omnitrix gave me the wrong alien. It does that sometimes. Either way, Venom's not going to give up, Peter said, wincing as he shifted position. He's obsessive, and now he's interested in the Omnitrix. That makes you his primary target, Ben. Me? Ben squeaked, suddenly feeling very much like an 11-year-old boy rather than a superhero. But I thought he wanted to destroy you. He does, Peter confirmed. But now he wants your watch too. And Eddie Brock is patient when he needs to be. He'll recover, regroup, and come after both of us more prepared next time. So what do we do? Gwen asked, her voice steady despite the fear evident in her eyes. Peter was quiet for a moment, clearly weighing their options. We need help, he finally admitted. Someone who understands both alien technology and dimensional anomalies. He looked at Ben. And I know exactly who to ask. Reed Richards. Ben guessed, remembering Gwen's earlier suggestion. Peter shook his head. Reed's off-world with the Fantastic Four right now. But there's someone else who might be even more helpful in this specific situation. He stood up, moving to his desk and pulling out a battered address book. Who? Gwen and Ben asked simultaneously. Peter flipped through the pages until he found what he was looking for. Dr. Curtis Connors, he said. He's been studying the symbiote's molecular structure ever since I separated from it. If anyone can help us understand what happened tonight and how to get you home, it's him. The lizard? Ben blurted before he could stop himself. Peter's head snapped up. How do you know about that? Is he the lizard in your universe's comics too? Ben nodded uncomfortably. Sometimes. It depends on the storyline. He's usually a good guy who has episodes. Well, in this universe, he's had exactly one episode, and he's worked very hard to make sure it never happens again, Peter said firmly. He's also one of the few people who knows I'm Spider-Man, and he's the leading expert on cross-species genetics. Sounds like our best option, Gwen agreed. Can we see him tomorrow? Peter checked his watch. It's nearly midnight. I'll call him first thing in the morning. He looked at Ben seriously. In the meantime, no using the Omnitrix unless absolutely necessary. We have no idea what that interaction with Venom might have done to it. Ben nodded, though the idea of not using the Omnitrix made him feel even more vulnerable. Without it, he was just a kid very far from home, being hunted by a monster. You should get some sleep, Peter told him, his tone gentler now. Take the bed again. I'll keep watch for a while, in case Venom managed to track us. I can stay too, Gwen offered immediately. Peter shook his head. Your parents will be worried. Go home, get some rest. I'll call you when I've arranged things with Dr. Connors. Gwen looked like she wanted to argue, but eventually nodded. Fine, but I want hourly text updates that you two are okay. She turned to Ben. And you, no heroics tonight. Let Peter handle the watching. Yes, ma'am, Ben replied with a mock salute that earned him a reluctant smile from Gwen. As Gwen prepared to leave, collecting her backpack and the now infamous whistle, she paused at the door. Peter. Be careful. Both of you. Always am, he responded, the same answer he'd given earlier that night, though now it rang hollow after their narrow escape. Once Gwen had gone, Peter secured all the windows and the door, then positioned himself in the desk chair with a clear view of both the window and the bed where Ben would be sleeping. Get some rest, kid, he said softly. Tomorrow we start figuring this out for real. Ben climbed onto the bed, suddenly aware of how exhausted he was. The adrenaline of the encounter with Venom was wearing off, leaving him drained. As he lay down, a thought occurred to him. Peter. What happens if we can't fix the Omnitrix? If I can't get home? Peter was quiet for a long moment before answering. Then we adapt. That's what heroes do. His voice softened further. But we will figure this out, Ben. I promise. The sincerity in Peter's voice was reassuring. As Ben drifted toward sleep, his last conscious thought was that if he had to be stranded in another universe, at least he'd found a friend who understood what it meant to bear the responsibility of great power. A friend who, like him, had learned that lesson young. A friend who would help him find his way home. Chapter 2, The Hero's Journey. Morning light filtered through Peter Parker's apartment window, casting a golden glow across Ben's face. He woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings until memories of the previous day came rushing back. Another universe. Spider-Man, Venom. Ben sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. The apartment was quiet. Peter's makeshift bed on the floor was empty, the sleeping bag neatly rolled up. On the desk sat a brown paper bag and a note, gone to make arrangements with Dr. Connors. Breakfast inside. Stay put this time. The emphasis on stay put made Ben roll his eyes, though he couldn't entirely blame Peter after yesterday's chaos. Still, the idea of being cooped up in the apartment all day while Spider-Man handled the interesting stuff didn't exactly thrill him. The paper bag contained a bagel with cream cheese and an apple, better than nothing. As Ben ate, he examined the Omnitrix. It seemed perfectly normal this morning, the familiar green glow pulsing steadily on his wrist. No sign of the strange yellow light or autonomous behavior from the night before. What's your deal? Ben muttered, tapping the device lightly. First you zap me into a comic book universe, then you give me some weird new alien, and then you go all laser beam on Venom. Make up your mind already. The Omnitrix, predictably, offered no response. After finishing breakfast, boredom quickly set in. Ben explored the apartment again, this time noticing details he'd missed the day before, a framed academic award for photography, a half-assembled chemistry project that looked like an improved web fluid formula, a hidden compartment in the closet containing spare Spider-Man masks. The bulletin board tracking Venom caught his attention again. In the light of day, with a clearer head, Ben studied the pattern of incidents Peter had been monitoring. They created a rough circle centered on the waterfront district, with the abandoned subway and trance they'd visited last night at the outermost edge. He's expanding his territory, Ben realized, tracing the pattern with his finger. Moving outward from somewhere near the center. That center point, Ben noticed, was an abandoned warehouse complex marked with a red pin and a question mark. Peter clearly suspected this might be Venom's main hideout but hadn't confirmed it yet. Ben's eyes narrowed in thought. If he could check out this warehouse, just a quick look, nothing dangerous, he might be able to help Peter narrow down the search for Venom's lair. With the Omnitrix, he could transform into XLR-8 and be there and back before Peter even returned. Stay put, he reminded himself, glancing at Peter's note again. But then again, hadn't Peter gone out alone to make arrangements with Dr. Connors? Without backup, despite knowing Venom was still out there. That hardly seemed fair. The Omnitrix seemed to pulse on his wrist, almost like an encouragement. Just a quick recon, Ben decided, already reaching for his shoes. In and out, nobody gets hurt, and maybe I find something useful. Decision made, Ben twisted the Omnitrix dial, cycling through his aliens until he found XLR-8. One transformation later, the velociraptor-like alien stood in Peter's apartment, visor down, ready for action. Time to make tracks, Ben, as XLR-8 announced to the empty room, then zipped out the window in a blur of motion. Racing through New York as XLR-8 was exhilarating. The city passed in a smear of colors and shapes, pedestrians barely noticing the blue streak that occasionally caused papers to flutter in its wake. Ben had memorized the location from Peter's map, and within minutes, he was approaching the warehouse district. He slowed as he reached the perimeter, ducking behind a stack of shipping containers to survey the area. The complex consisted of 4 main buildings arranged around a central courtyard, all surrounded by a rusted chain-link fence. Signs of neglect were everywhere: broken windows, crumbling brick, vegetation growing through cracks in the concrete. Definitely creepy enough to be a supervillain hideout, XLR-8 muttered, his raspy voice barely audible. Moving with speed and stealth, Ben circled the perimeter, looking for signs of habitation. Most of the buildings appeared completely abandoned, but the largest warehouse, a 3-story brick structure with loading bays along one side, showed subtle hints of occupation. A clearer path through the overgrown courtyard. Fresher breaks in some of the windows. A faint scent that XLR-8's enhanced senses couldn't quite identify but found distinctly unpleasant. Before venturing closer, Ben paused to check the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. Still plenty of charge left. Perfect. This would be a simple in-and-out operation, just a quick peek through the windows to see if Venom might be lurking inside. XLR-8 darted across the open space to the main warehouse, moving so quickly he was practically invisible to the naked eye. He scaled the wall with his clawed feet, perching beside a broken window on the second floor. Carefully, he peered inside. The warehouse interior was cavernous and dark, illuminated only by shafts of sunlight penetrating through holes in the roof. The floor below was littered with abandoned machinery and shipping crates. Nothing seemed immediately suspicious until XLR-8's gaze fixed on something in the far corner, a makeshift living area consisting of a mattress, some books, and what looked like personal belongings. Someone was definitely using this place as a hideout. But was it Venom? XLR-8 shifted position to get a better view and felt something beneath his foot give way, a rotted section of the window frame. He lost his balance, tumbling through the broken window with a startled yelp. He hit the floor inside with a crash, skidding across dusty concrete before coming to rest against a rusted piece of machinery. Smooth move, Tennyson, he groaned, picking himself up. So much for stealth. The warehouse remained silent, no sign that anyone had heard his less-than-graceful entrance. Ben breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe this place wasn't Venom's hideout after all. Maybe it was just being used by homeless people looking for shelter. Curiosity getting the better of caution, XLR-8 moved toward the living area he'd spotted from outside. The mattress was stained and threadbare, surrounded by empty food containers and water bottles. Newspaper clippings were pinned to the wall beside it, all featuring Spider-Man. Ben's heart rate increased. This wasn't looking good. A familiar beeping sound from the Omnitrix symbol on his chest warned of the imminent end of his transformation. Ben cursed under his breath. He hadn't been XLR-8 that long, had he? The Omnitrix had been acting strangely ever since he arrived in this universe, so perhaps its timing function was also affected. In a flash of red light, Ben returned to human form just as he discovered something truly disturbing beneath the mattress, a notebook filled with rambling, sometimes incoherent writing. The pages were covered with the same phrase written over and over in increasingly frantic script: "We are Venom. We will be stronger. We will be complete." Okay, definitely time to go, Ben muttered, backing away from the makeshift bed. This was Venom's hideout, all right, and he'd seen more than enough. Time to report back to Peter and let Spider-Man handle the rest. As he turned to leave, the temperature in the warehouse seemed to drop. The shadows in the corners deepened, coalescing in a way that shadows shouldn't be able to do. "Clever boy," hissed a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Coming right to us. Saving us the trouble of hunting you down." Ben froze, his blood running cold. He looked down at the Omnitrix, still red, still recharging. "I was just leaving," he said, trying to sound brave despite the fear clenching his chest. "Sorry to intrude." A chuckle echoed through the empty space, dark and hungry. "But you've only just arrived. And we've been so looking forward to a more thorough examination of that device on your wrist." The shadows in front of Ben solidified, taking on a familiar and terrifying form. Venom emerged from the darkness, smaller than he had appeared the night before but no less menacing. The symbiote rippled across Eddie Brock's form like living oil, not quite covering him completely, patches of human skin visible in places, suggesting the creature was still recovering from its injuries. "The crystallization hurt us," Venom said, as if reading Ben's thoughts. "Damaged us in ways we don't fully understand. But we're healing. And soon, with your help, we'll be stronger than ever." Ben backed toward the window he'd fallen through, calculating the distance and whether he could reach it before Venom caught him. "I'm not helping you with anything," he declared, still backing away. "Spider-Man kicked your butt last night, and he'll do it again." "Spider-Man isn't here," Venom pointed out, matching Ben's retreat with steady advancement. "Just a child, all alone, with a malfunctioning alien device he barely understands." The statement hit uncomfortably close to home. Ben glanced at the Omnitrix again, still red. He needed to buy time. "You don't understand it either," Ben countered, continuing his careful retreat. "The Omnitrix doesn't work that way. You can't just take it. It's bonded to my DNA." This gave Venom pause, his head tilting in that unsettling, inhuman way. "Bonded? Like us and Eddie?" "Interesting. Not like you at all," Ben corrected quickly. "The Omnitrix isn't alive. It's a tool, a device." "But you transformed," Venom hissed, resuming his approach. "Into something like us. We felt the kinship. The connection." Ben's back hit the wall beside the broken window. No more room to retreat. That was a glitch. A mistake. No. Venom's grin widened impossibly. That was destiny. With shocking speed, the symbiote shot forward, tendrils extending from its mass to ensnare Ben. Acting on pure instinct, Ben dove through the broken window, tumbling awkwardly onto a narrow ledge outside. He scrambled to his feet and started running along the ledge, heading for a fire escape at the far end of the building. Behind him, Venom's roar of rage echoed through the warehouse. The brick wall exploded outward as the symbiote crashed through it, landing on the ledge with predatory grace. "You cannot escape us," Venom bellowed. "We will have what is ours." Ben reached the fire escape and practically threw himself onto it, the ancient metal groaning under his weight. He scrambled down the rusted steps, hearing them creak ominously as Venom's much heavier form landed above him. The Omnitrix remained stubbornly red. Ben had never wished so desperately for it to recharge faster. Reaching the bottom of the fire escape, Ben sprinted across the courtyard toward the perimeter fence. If he could just get back to the populated areas of the city, Venom might be reluctant to follow. The symbiote seemed to prefer darkness and isolation, at least, that's what Ben remembered from the comics. He was halfway across the courtyard when a black tendril whipped past his head, missing him by inches before embedding itself in the concrete ahead of him. Another tendril followed, then another, forcing Ben to zigzag as he ran. "Stop running, child," Venom called, his voice almost playful now. "We only want to talk. To understand that fascinating device." "Yeah, right," Ben shouted back, ducking under another tendril. "You just want to chat about alien tech over tea and cookies." He reached the fence and began climbing, fingers gripping the chain links desperately. Just as he was about to reach the top, a tendril wrapped around his ankle, yanking him back. Ben clung to the fence with all his strength, but the symbiote was far stronger. "Let me go!" he yelled, kicking at the black substance with his free leg. The tendril tightened painfully around his ankle, pulling with inexorable force. Ben's grip on the fence began to slip. Just as his fingers lost their hold completely, a familiar thwip sound cut through the air. Something struck the tendril holding Ben, causing it to recoil with a hiss of pain. Ben felt himself falling, then being caught by strong arms as a red and blue figure swung through the air, carrying him away from the fence. What part of "stay put" was unclear. Spider-Man demanded as they landed on a nearby rooftop, safely outside the warehouse complex. "The stay part, mostly," Ben admitted, wincing at the angry tone in Peter's voice. "Look, I just wanted to help, by getting yourself captured. Or worse." Spider-Man pulled off his mask, revealing a face flushed with a mixture of anger and fear. "Do you have any idea how worried I was when I got back to the apartment and found you gone? With Venom on the loose and hunting for you specifically?" Ben looked down, genuine remorse washing over him. "I'm sorry. I thought I could just do a quick recon." The Omnitrix timed out faster than usual. Peter ran a hand through his hair, his expression shifting from anger to concern. "Are you hurt? Did he touch you at all?" "No, I'm fine. Just a little rattled." Ben glanced back at the warehouse complex, where Venom had disappeared from view. "But I did confirm something, that's definitely his hideout. He's living in the main warehouse. There are newspaper clippings about you all over the walls." Despite his frustration, Peter couldn't help looking impressed. "You actually found his lair?" "Told you I could help," Ben said with a slight grin, which quickly faded when Peter's expression hardened again. "This isn't a game, Ben." Peter's voice was quiet but intense. "Venom is obsessed with destroying me, and now he's obsessed with your watch too." "If he'd caught you," "But he didn't," Ben interrupted. "Because you showed up." "How did you find me anyway?" Peter held up his phone. "I put a tracker in your shoe while you were sleeping." "You what?" Ben exclaimed, lifting his foot to examine his sneaker. "After what happened last night, I figured it might be necessary." Peter didn't look remotely apologetic. "Clearly, I was right." Before Ben could respond, the Omnitrix beeped, its face turning from red back to green. "Finally," he muttered. "Now I can transform and help you take Venom down for good." "No," Peter said firmly. "We're not taking Venom down right now. We're leaving this area immediately and getting to Dr. Connors as planned. But we know where Venom is. We have the advantage. We had surprise on our side for about 2 seconds, until you decided to crash through his window," Peter pointed out. "Now he's alert and probably following us already. The priority is getting you to Dr. Connors so we can figure out what the Omnitrix did to the symbiote last night, and what the symbiote might have done to the Omnitrix in return." Ben wanted to argue further but realized Peter was right. Without understanding the strange interaction between the Omnitrix and the symbiote, charging into a fight would be reckless. Besides, he was still shaken from his close call. "Fine," he conceded. "Let's go see Dr. Connors." Peter nodded, pulling his mask back on. "And Ben? No more solo missions. Promise me." "I promise," Ben said sincerely. The genuine concern in Peter's voice made him realize how seriously the older hero took his safety. It reminded him a little of Grandpa Max. "Good. Now hold on tight. We're taking the express route to ESU." As Spider-Man swung them through the city toward Empire State University, Ben couldn't shake the image of Venom's hungry grin from his mind, or the way the symbiote had called his transformation destiny. Whatever connection existed between the Omnitrix and the symbiote, Ben had a sinking feeling they'd only scratched the surface of its implications. The laboratory at Empire State University was nothing like Ben had expected. Instead of the dramatic, high-tech facility he'd imagined, something out of a sci-fi movie with gleaming equipment and mysterious bubbling chemicals, Dr. Curtis Connor's lab was surprisingly ordinary. Fluorescent lighting illuminated workbenches cluttered with microscopes, centrifuges, and computers running complex simulations. The only hint that this wasn't a standard university lab were the specialized containment units along one wall, each housing what appeared to be biological samples in various states of analysis. Dr. Connors himself defied expectations as well. The man who greeted them was tall and lean, with kind eyes and prematurely gray hair. His left arm ended just below the elbow, the empty sleeve of his lab coat neatly pinned up. Despite this physical reminder of the accident that had eventually led to his transformation into the lizard, he moved with confidence and purpose, his remaining hand deftly manipulating equipment as he worked. "Peters told me about your situation," Dr. Connors said, studying Ben with undisguised fascination. "Interdimensional displacement, a transformative device of alien origin, and an encounter with the symbiote. Quite the predicament for someone so young." Ben shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant despite his lingering nerves from the encounter with Venom. "I've been in weirder situations." Perhaps," Connors mused. "Though I doubt many of them have involved potentially universe-altering consequences." That got Ben's attention. "Universe-altering? What do you mean?" Connors gestured toward an electron microscope where a sample was being analyzed. "The fragments Peter collected after your encounter last night, crystallized pieces of the symbiote, show molecular anomalies I've never observed before. The symbiote's already complex genetic structure has been altered somehow." "By the Omnitrix?" Ben asked, glancing down at the device on his wrist. "Almost certainly," Connors confirmed. "Though whether the change was intentional or accidental remains unclear." "May I?" He gestured to the Omnitrix. Ben hesitated, then extended his arm. Connors examined the device without touching it, his eyes narrowing in concentration. "Fascinating. The integration with your biological systems is seamless," he observed. "You said it allows you to transform into different alien species?" 10 of them, Ben confirmed. "Well, 10 that I know how to use. But yesterday, when we encountered Venom, it gave me something new. Something I'd never transformed into before." Connors and Peter exchanged glances. "Can you describe this new form?" Connors asked. Ben frowned, trying to recall the details. "It was like I was made of living particles. Almost like black sand that could move and reshape itself. Venom seemed to recognize it somehow, said I was like him." "That's troubling," Connors murmured, moving to a computer terminal. "Peter, you mentioned the Omnitrix projected some kind of energy beam at the symbiote afterward?" Peter nodded, leaning against a workbench. "It wasn't like anything I've seen before. The beam didn't seem to hurt Venom exactly, but it changed the symbiote structure, crystallized it. Made it brittle enough to break off in pieces. Which I collected," Connors added, gesturing to the microscope again. "And which show signs of molecular restructuring at a fundamental level." He turned to Ben. "I believe your Omnitrix recognized the symbiote as alien genetic material and attempted to catalog it, perhaps even purify it in some way." "That makes sense," Ben said, thinking back to his encounters with other alien DNA sources. The Omnitrix is supposed to preserve samples of alien species. Azimuth, the guy who created it, designed it as a way to prevent extinction and promote understanding between different species. "Noble intentions," Connors remarked. "But the symbiote is not a typical alien life form. It's parasitic, adaptive, and, for lack of a better term, hungry. It doesn't just exist, it consumes and bonds. If the Omnitrix attempted to catalog it..." He trailed off, looking troubled. "What?" Peter prompted. "What are you thinking, Doc?" "I'm thinking we may have a serious problem," Connors said, turning back to his computer. "If the Omnitrix's attempt to catalog the symbiote was incomplete or interrupted, it could have created a feedback loop of sorts. The symbiote may have simultaneously absorbed some of the Omnitrix's energy signature. Which would explain why Venom is so interested in Ben now," Peter realized. He can sense a connection between the symbiote and the Omnitrix. Precisely, Connors confirmed. And more concerning, the symbiote may be trying to complete the process that the Omnitrix started, seeking to bond with the device, or with Ben, to access whatever power it sensed during that initial interaction. Ben felt a chill run down his spine. So Venom doesn't just want the Omnitrix because it's powerful, he wants it because it's somehow connected to the symbiote now? That would be my hypothesis, yes, Connors said grimly. And given the symbiote's history of enhancing and corrupting its hosts, a fusion between it and a device capable of genetic manipulation could be catastrophic. The implications hung heavy in the air. Ben looked down at the Omnitrix with new concern. What if the device that had been his greatest tool was now potentially his greatest threat? So how do we fix this? Peter asked, breaking the uneasy silence. How do we disconnect the symbiote from the Omnitrix and get Ben back to his own universe? Connors moved to a whiteboard and began sketching diagrams. I have a theory, but I'll need to run more tests. If the Omnitrix initiated some kind of scanning or cataloging protocol when it encountered the symbiote, perhaps we can force it to complete that process in a controlled environment. Once the symbiote is fully cataloged, the connection might be severed, or at least stabilized enough to address the dimensional displacement issue. And how exactly do we do that? Ben asked skeptically. The Omnitrix doesn't exactly come with a user manual. No, Connors agreed, but we have something almost as good, a sample of the symbiote to work with, and the knowledge that the Omnitrix reacts to its presence. Peter looked unconvinced. You want to deliberately expose Ben's watch to the symbiote again? After what happened last time? Under controlled conditions, Connors emphasized. In a specialized containment chamber with multiple failsafes. The sample I have is minuscule, just a few crystallized fragments. Not enough to pose a significant threat, but hopefully enough to trigger whatever protocol the Omnitrix initiated previously. Ben and Peter exchanged uncertain glances. Neither seemed thrilled with the idea, but what choice did they have? If it helps get me home. Ben said hesitantly. And keeps Venom from getting whatever he wants from the Omnitrix, Peter added. Connors nodded. Precisely. But I'll need time to set up the proper containment protocols. This isn't something we should rush into. How long? Peter asked. At least until tomorrow morning, Connors replied. I need to modify the isolation chamber and prepare monitoring equipment. So what do we do until then? Ben asked. Venom knows I found his hideout. He might relocate, or worse, decide to come after us before we're ready. Peter considered this. We need a safe place to lay low for the night. My apartment's probably the first place he'd look. You could stay here, Connors offered. The university has security, and my lab is equipped with reinforced doors. No offense, Doc, but if Venom decided to come here, security guards wouldn't stand a chance, Peter pointed out. And I don't want to put the entire university at risk. What about Gwen's place? Ben suggested. Venom doesn't know about her, does he? Peter shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. I'm not involving Gwen any more than she already is. Besides, her parents would have questions about a random 11-year-old staying over. Ben pondered the problem, then brightened as an idea struck him. What about that place you told me about, where the Fantastic Four live? The Baxter Building? You want us to stay at the Baxter Building? Peter asked incredulously. I can't just knock on their door and ask to crash for the night. Why not? Aren't you friends with them in this universe? You said Reed Richards might have been able to help me. I've worked with them a few times, Peter admitted, but we're not exactly on, can I use your guest room, terms. The Avengers, then? Ben pressed. Peter sighed. Same problem. Look, Ben, the superhero community here isn't like some big happy family. We help each other when the world's in danger, sure, but we don't have regular slumber parties. What about outside the city? Connors suggested. I have a cabin upstate, about 2 hours' drive. It's isolated, secure, and Venom would have no way of knowing about it. Peter considered this. That could work. If we can get there without being followed. I have a car in the university garage, Connors offered. You're welcome to borrow it. You trust me with your car, Doc? Peter asked, surprised. Connors smiled wryly. I trust you with my life regularly, Peter. A car seems a minor extension of that faith. The arrangement settled, they spent the next hour reviewing Connor's initial findings on the crystallized symbiote samples and preparing for the following day's experiment. By the time they left the lab, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the university campus. We should call Gwen, Ben said as they walked toward the parking garage. Let her know what's happening. Peter nodded, pulling out his phone. Already texting her. Told her we're laying low tonight and that she should stay home and lock her doors. She's not going to like being left out of the action, Ben predicted. Probably not, Peter agreed, but her safety is more important than her approval rating of me right now. As they reached the garage and located Connor's modest sedan, Ben couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The Omnitrix felt strangely warm against his wrist, and twice now he'd caught glimpses of yellow light flickering across its surface, though it returned to normal green whenever he looked directly at it. Something was happening with the device, something connected to the symbiote and this universe. Ben only hoped Dr. Connor's plan would work before whatever process had been initiated reached its conclusion. Because if there was one thing Ben had learned in his time as a hero, it was that alien technology rarely malfunctioned in harmless ways. The cabin was exactly as Dr. Connors had described, rustic, isolated, and secure. Situated on a wooded lot overlooking a small lake, it offered a peaceful retreat that seemed worlds away from the dangers of New York City. By the time they arrived, darkness had fallen completely, the only illumination coming from the headlights of the car and the vast canopy of stars overhead. Not bad, Ben commented as Peter unlocked the door. Kind of reminds me of some of the campgrounds Grandpa Max took us to over the summer. You miss them, don't you? Peter asked quietly, flipping on lights to reveal a cozy interior of knotty pine walls and simple furniture. Your family? Ben nodded, a lump forming in his throat unexpectedly. In the excitement and danger of the past 2 days, he hadn't allowed himself to dwell on how much he missed Grandpa Max and even Gwen. Yeah. They're probably freaking out right now, wondering what happened to me. If time works the same way between our universes, Peter pointed out, setting down the bag of supplies they'd picked up on the drive. For all we know, maybe only seconds have passed there since you disappeared. Or maybe years, Ben said glumly. That's what sucks about this whole situation. I have no idea what's happening back home, or if I'll ever get back at all. Peter put a hand on Ben's shoulder. Hey, we're going to figure this out. Dar. Connors is brilliant, and between his science and your Omnitrix, we'll find a way to get you home. And deal with Venom, Ben added, trying to shake off the moment of homesickness. One problem at a time, Peter advised, moving toward the kitchen. First, food. Then rest. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. They prepared a simple dinner from the groceries they'd purchased, sandwiches and chips, with soda that Peter had reluctantly agreed to after Ben pointed out he was already dealing with interdimensional travel and symbiote monsters, so sugar was probably the least of his worries. As they ate at the small kitchen table, Ben found himself studying Peter. This version of Spider-Man was younger than the one he remembered from comics, probably no more than 19 or 20, but there was a weariness in his eyes that spoke of experiences beyond his years. Can I ask you something? Ben ventured. Peter looked up from his sandwich. Sure. How do you do it? Balance being Spider-Man with, regular life. Doesn't it get overwhelming sometimes? Peter's expression turned thoughtful. All the time. Especially at first. There were days I wanted to just throw the suit away and be normal again. He smiled ruefully. Still are, sometimes. But you don't, Ben observed. No. Because every time I consider it, I remember why I started doing this in the first place. Peter's voice grew quieter, more serious. My Uncle Ben, he taught me that with great power comes great responsibility. It's not just a saying for me, it's a promise I made. A promise I intend to keep, no matter how hard it gets. Ben nodded slowly. I get that. When I first found the Omnitrix, I mostly thought it was cool, turning into aliens, beating up bad guys. Being a hero like in the comics. But it's more than that now. How so? People depend on me, Ben said simply. Not just Grandpa Max and Gwen, but everyone I help. If I stopped using the Omnitrix just because it was hard or scary sometimes, I'd be letting them down. Letting myself down, too. Peter smiled, genuine respect in his eyes. You're pretty wise for 11, you know that. I have my moments, Ben replied with a grin. Don't tell my cousin, though. She already thinks I'm full of myself. They finished dinner and settled into the cabin's main room, where Peter checked his phone for messages from Dr. Connors and Gwen. Connors says the containment unit modifications are coming along well, he reported. Should be ready by morning as planned. And Gwen? Ben asked. Peter's expression softened slightly. She says she's fine, but annoyed we left the city without her. Also, she's been researching interdimensional travel theories and thinks she might have some insights to share tomorrow. She's really smart, huh? Ben observed. Brilliant, Peter confirmed. Top of our class at ESU. She was actually the one who figured out I was Spider-Man, though I never admitted it to her directly until you came along. Why not? If she already knew. Peter was quiet for a moment. Because admitting it makes it real. Makes her a potential target. He sighed. When we were dating, I thought I could keep the two sides of my life separate. Protect her from Spider-Man's enemies. But after Venom, after he discovered who I was. You got scared, Ben finished for him. Yeah. Scared of what might happen to the people I care about if my enemies decided to use them against me. Peter ran a hand through his hair. So I pushed her away. Ended things between us. Thought it would keep her safer. Did it work? Peter laughed without humor. What do you think? She's still involved, still in danger. Only now she's mad at me too. He shook his head. The Parker luck strikes again. At least she still wants to help, Ben pointed out. That's something. Yeah, Peter agreed softly. That's something. The conversation lulled, and Peter suggested they get some rest. The cabin had 2 small bedrooms, and they each took one, though Peter insisted on checking all the windows and doors first, a precaution that seemed excessive given their remote location but that Ben understood came from experience. As Ben settled into bed, he found sleep elusive despite his exhaustion. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Venom's fanged grin or felt the sensation of the symbiote's tendril wrapping around his ankle. Eventually, he gave up and sat at the window, staring out at the starlit lake. The Omnitrix caught his attention, its green glow seeming to pulse in time with his heartbeat. On impulse, Ben twisted the dial, cycling through his alien roster. Everything seemed normal: Heat Blast, 4 arms, XLR-8, Ghost Freak, Upgrade, Gray Matter, Rip Jaws, Wild Mutt, Diamond Head, and Stink Fly. 10 aliens. His original 10. No sign of the sand-like form he transformed into during the fight with Venom. Weird, he murmured, turning the dial back to its locked position. Maybe it really was just a glitch. As if in response, the Omnitrix suddenly flared with yellow light, its surface growing uncomfortably warm against Ben's skin. Startled, he tried to remove his hand from the device, but found he couldn't. It was as if the Omnitrix had temporarily fused with his wrist. What the? Ben gasped as holographic symbols appeared above the watch, similar to what had happened in Peter's apartment but more complex, more urgent somehow. The yellow glow intensified, and Ben felt a strange sensation, like something crawling beneath his skin, starting at the Omnitrix and working its way up his arm. He tried to call out for Peter, but his voice caught in his throat as the sensation spread. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the episode ended. The Omnitrix returned to its normal green glow, cool against his skin. The crawling sensation vanished, leaving Ben shaken but apparently unharmed. "What was that about?" he whispered, examining the device closely. Everything appeared normal again, but the brief incident left him deeply unsettled. Too anxious to remain alone, Ben left his room and padded quietly to Peter's door, which stood slightly ajar. He was about to knock when he heard Peter's voice, low and tense, apparently on a phone call. "I understand the risk, Doc, but we need to try something," Peter was saying. "Yes, I know what could happen if the connection between the symbiote and the Omnitrix strengthens. No, he doesn't seem to be experiencing any symptoms, but the watch has been acting strangely. Tomorrow morning, then. We'll be there." Ben retreated silently, not wanting to eavesdrop further. Whatever Dr. Connors had told Peter, it had clearly troubled him. More secrets, more concerns about the Omnitrix's connection to the symbiote. Returning to his own room, Ben made a decision. He wouldn't mention the yellow light or the crawling sensation to Peter, not yet. The older hero had enough to worry about without adding more fuel to his anxiety. Besides, it was probably just another glitch, another manifestation of the Omnitrix's struggle to adapt to this universe. At least, that's what Ben told himself as he finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, unaware of the microscopic changes occurring beneath his skin, where human cells were being subtly, systematically altered by an influence neither he nor the Omnitrix fully understood. Miles away, in the abandoned warehouse that served as his lair, Eddie Brock writhed on his mattress, caught in the throes of a transformation unlike any he'd experienced before. The symbiote flowed across his body in erratic patterns, sometimes covering him completely, sometimes retreating to expose feverish human skin. "What's happening to us?" Eddie gasped, his body arching as another wave of pain washed over him. "Evolution," the symbiote's voice whispered in his mind. "Adaptation. The child's device changed us. Purified us. It hurt us," Eddie argued, remembering the crystallization with a shudder. "Temporary pain. Permanent gain," the symbiote countered. "We are becoming more. Becoming better." As if to demonstrate, the symbiote flowed into a new configuration across Eddie's torso, forming patterns that resembled circuitry, intricate lines and nodes that pulsed with a faint yellow light similar to the Omnitrix's unusual glow. "What are you doing?" Eddie asked, watching the display with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Learning. Growing. The device carries genetic memory. Evolutionary potential. We absorbed a fragment of its essence when it tried to catalog us. And what does that mean for us?" Eddie demanded, wincing as the symbiote shifted again, the circuitry pattern spreading to encompass his entire chest. "It means we need more," the symbiote replied, its mental voice hungry and eager. "The fragment is incomplete. The process unfinished. We must find the child again. Take the device. Complete what was started. The device is bonded to him," Eddie reminded his other half. "You heard what he said. It's connected to his DNA." The symbiote's response was a feeling rather than words, a surge of anticipation that made Eddie's heart race. "Then we shall take him too. Host and device together. Perfect synergy." Eddie's eyes widened as he understood the symbiote's intention. "You want to bond with the kid? While he's wearing the watch? We want to become more than we are," the symbiote clarified. "The child. The device. Us. Together, we will evolve beyond anything this world has seen." The implications should have horrified Eddie, the possession of a child, the fusion with alien technology, the unknown consequences of such a merger. But the symbiote's enthusiasm was infectious, flooding his system with endorphins that made the plan seem not just reasonable but desirable. "How do we find them?" Eddie asked, fully surrendering to the symbiote's vision. They've left the city. In response, the symbiote extended a tendril toward the corner of the room, where the fragments of crystallized material that had broken off during their encounter rested in a small pile. The pieces had been slowly reabsorbed over the past day, each one adding to the symbiote's new understanding of the Omnitrix's capabilities. We can track the energy signature now, the symbiote explained. Distance is irrelevant. The connection grows stronger by the hour. Eddie nodded, rising from the mattress as the symbiote completed its latest transformation. The creature that now stood in the warehouse bore only a passing resemblance to the Venom that had fought Spider-Man the previous night. The basic shape remained, the powerful build, the fanged maw, the white spider emblem, but new elements had been incorporated. Patterns like circuit boards now covered portions of the symbiote's surface, pulsing with yellow-green light. The creature's mass seemed denser, more controlled, capable of more precise manipulations. And most disturbing of all, a symbol had formed on its chest, an hourglass shape eerily similar to the one on Ben's Omnitrix. "We are changing," Venom said aloud, examining his new form with approval. "Becoming something new." The symbiote flowed smoothly over Eddie's body, completing the transformation. What emerged was a perfect synthesis of human, alien, and something else entirely, something born from the brief interaction with the Omnitrix's cataloging beam. "We are Venom," the creature declared to the empty warehouse. "And soon, we will be complete." With that promise echoing in the darkness, Venom moved toward the exit, every molecule in his evolving form focused on one goal, finding Ben Tennyson and the device that would elevate him from mere symbiote to something unprecedented in any universe. Morning arrived with a persistent knocking that dragged Ben from uneasy dreams filled with shadows and yellow light. He sat up, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings, before remembering, the cabin, the planned experiment at Dr. Connor's lab, the strange episode with the Omnitrix the night before. "Ben. You up?" Peter called through the door. "We need to get moving soon." "Yeah, I'm awake," Ben replied, stretching. He felt oddly energized despite his restless night, like he'd had too much sugar or caffeine. "What time is it?" "Just past 7. Connors called, the containment unit is ready. He wants us at the lab by 9. Ben quickly dressed and joined Peter in the cabin's small kitchen, where the older hero was preparing a simple breakfast of cereal and fruit. As they ate, Ben studied Peter surreptitiously, wondering what Dr. Connors had told him during their phone conversation the previous night. "Sleep okay?" Peter asked, breaking the silence. "Fine," Ben lied, deciding against mentioning the Omnitrix's strange behavior. "You?" "Well enough," Peter replied, though the shadows under his eyes suggested otherwise. "Connors is optimistic about today's experiment. If we can complete the Omnitrix's cataloging process in a controlled environment, it might sever the connection between the device and the symbiote." "And help me get home?" Ben asked hopefully. "That's the theory," Peter confirmed. "The dimensional displacement and the symbiote interaction might be connected. Solve one, we might solve both." They finished breakfast quickly and loaded their few belongings back into Dr. Connor's car. As Peter did a final check of the cabin, Ben wandered down to the lakeshore, watching the morning mist rise off the water's surface. The Omnitrix felt normal against his wrist now, no unusual warmth, no yellow glow, no crawling sensation beneath his skin. Maybe whatever glitch had caused last night's episode had resolved itself. Maybe everything would be fine once they reached the lab. "Ready to go?" Peter called from the cabin porch. Ben nodded, turning away from the peaceful scene with reluctance. "Ready as I'll ever be." The drive back to New York passed mostly in contemplative silence. Peter seemed preoccupied with his own thoughts, occasionally checking his phone for updates from Dr. Connors or Gwen. Ben stared out the window, watching the rural landscape gradually give way to suburbs and eventually the dense urban environment of the city. As they neared ESU's campus, Peter finally broke the silence. "I should warn you, the experiment Connors is proposing isn't without risks." Ben turned to look at him. What kind of risks? Peter hesitated, clearly choosing his words carefully. The symbiote, even in small amounts, is unpredictable. Aggressive. If the Omnitrix reacts to it the way it did before. You're worried it might make things worse instead of better, Ben finished for him. It's a possibility we have to consider, Peter admitted. The Omnitrix might complete its cataloging process as intended, or it might strengthen the connection instead of severing it, Ben surmised. Peter nodded grimly. Connors has built in every safeguard he can think of, but we're dealing with two alien technologies that were never meant to interact. There are a lot of unknowns. Story of my life since I found this watch, Ben said with a weak smile. Look, I trust Dr. Connors. And I trust you. If this is our best shot at fixing things, I'm willing to take the risk. Peter seemed both relieved and troubled by Ben's confidence. Just, be prepared for anything. If something feels wrong during the experiment, anything at all, tell us immediately. I will, Ben promised, though privately he wondered if he should mention last night's episode now, before they reached the lab. Before it was too late. But the moment passed as they pulled into the university's parking garage. By the time they'd exited the car and were walking toward the science building, Ben had convinced himself that the incident had been minor, just another glitch in the Omnitrix's adaptation to this universe. Nothing worth worrying Peter about when they were already facing so many uncertainties. They found Dr. Connors in his lab, making final adjustments to what looked like a transparent chamber in the center of the room. Various monitoring devices surrounded it, their screens displaying readouts Ben couldn't begin to understand. Ah, perfect timing, Connors greeted them, looking up from his work. I've just finished the final calibrations. Is Gwen here yet? Peter asked, glancing around the lab. Miss Stacy arrived about 20 minutes ago, Connors confirmed. She's in the adjoining lab, reviewing the theoretical models I developed overnight. As if on cue, the door to the connected laboratory opened, and Gwen emerged carrying a tablet. She looked tired but determined, her blonde hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. There you guys are, she said, relief evident in her voice. I was starting to worry. Traffic, Peter explained. How's it looking, Doc? Are we ready to proceed? Connors nodded, gesturing to the transparent chamber. The containment unit has been modified to house both the symbiote sample and Ben's arm with the Omnitrix. Multiple layers of security are in place. If anything goes wrong, the chamber will automatically seal and neutralize the sample using both sonic and thermal countermeasures. And you're sure this will work? Gwen asked, the concern in her voice unmistakable as she looked at Ben. In theory, yes, Connors replied carefully. The Omnitrix appeared to initiate a cataloging protocol when it encountered the symbiote. By exposing it to a controlled sample in a secure environment, we should be able to allow that protocol to complete naturally. If successful, it might sever the connection that's drawing Venom to Ben, and possibly address the dimensional instability that brought him here in the first place. Ben approached the chamber, examining it with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. So I just put my arm in there with the symbiote sample. Essentially, yes, Connors confirmed. We'll monitor everything closely, your vital signs, the Omnitrix's energy output, the symbiote's reaction. At the first sign of trouble, we terminate the experiment. Ben nodded, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. Let's do it, then. No time like the present, right? The adults exchanged glances that Ben pretended not to notice, the kind of looks grown-ups share when they're worried but trying not to show it. Right, Connors said finally. Let me activate the containment protocols first. As Connors moved to a control panel, Peter pulled Ben aside. You sure about this, kid? It's not too late to reconsider. What's the alternative? Ben asked quietly. Wait for Venom to track us down again. Hope the Omnitrix fixes itself somehow. This is our best shot, and you know it. Peter couldn't argue with that logic, though his expression remained troubled. Just be careful in there. And remember what I said, if anything feels off, anything at all, I'll say something, Ben assured him. Promise. Gwen approached next, offering Ben a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. For what it's worth, I analyzed Dr. Connor's theoretical models. The science is sound. This should work. Thanks, Gwen, Ben replied. I appreciate you helping, even though you barely know me. Let's just say I have a soft spot for dimension-hopping superheroes, she said, her smile warming slightly. Besides, Peter would be lost without my brainpower backing him up. I heard that, Peter called from across the lab, where he was helping Connors prepare the monitoring equipment. You were meant to, Gwen shot back, the familiar banter momentarily lightening the tense atmosphere. All too soon, the preparations were complete. Ben stood before the containment chamber, watching as Connors carefully placed a small sample of the crystallized symbiote inside, no larger than a marble, but still recognizably part of the creature that had pursued them so relentlessly. The arm port will form a seal around your wrist, Connors explained, indicating an adjustable opening in the side of the chamber. The interior is completely isolated from the outside environment. Are you ready? Ben nodded, swallowing hard. Ready. Taking a deep breath, he inserted his left arm into the chamber, the omnitrix gleaming green against his skin. The port adjusted automatically, creating an airtight seal just above his elbow. Inside the chamber, the small symbiote sample sat on a sterile tray, seemingly inert. Initiating monitoring protocols, Connors announced, activating a series of switches on the control panel. Screens around the lab came to life, displaying various metrics: Ben's heart rate, the omnitrix's energy signature, atmospheric conditions inside the chamber. Now what? Ben asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Now we wait, Connors replied. If our theory is correct, the proximity to the symbiote sample should trigger the omnitrix's cataloging protocol again. We just need to be patient and, the words died in his throat as the omnitrix suddenly flared with brilliant green light, far more intense than its usual glow. Ben felt a sharp tingling sensation where the device pressed against his wrist, not painful, but definitely uncomfortable. It's starting, Peter observed tensely, moving closer to the chamber. Ben, you okay? Fine, Ben replied, though the tingling was intensifying. It feels weird, but not bad. Inside the chamber, the symbiote sample began to react. The crystallized fragment softened, returning to a more fluid state. It quivered on the tray, then began to move, a barely perceptible shift toward the omnitrix. Fascinating, Connors murmured, watching the readings on the monitors. The symbiote is responding to the omnitrix's energy signature. It's almost as if it recognizes it. Is that good or bad? Gwen asked, gripping the edge of a workbench so tightly her knuckles turned white. Hard to say, Connors admitted. But so far, everything is proceeding as expected. The omnitrix's glow shifted suddenly from green to yellow, the same color Ben had observed during the previous incidents. This time, however, the change was accompanied by a holographic display that emerged from the device, filling the chamber with alien symbols and diagrams. What is that? Peter asked, studying the hologram with fascination. Some kind of interface? I think it's analyzing the symbiote, Ben said, watching as the holographic pattern seemed to flow around the small black fragment. Like it's scanning it. The symbiote reacted more strongly now, stretching upward from the tray like a plant seeking sunlight. It elongated toward the omnitrix, though it remained several inches away, apparently unable to bridge the gap. The countermeasures are holding it back, Connors explained, indicating a readout on one of the monitors. Low-level sonic pulses, just enough to discourage direct contact without harming the sample. Ben nodded, though he was finding it increasingly difficult to focus. The tingling sensation had spread up his arm, reaching his shoulder and beginning to creep across his chest. Not painful, but definitely distracting. Guys, he said hesitantly. Something feels different. Peter was at his side instantly. Different how? Are you in pain? Not pain, exactly. Ben frowned, trying to describe the sensation. It's like the feeling when I'm about to transform, but it's not localizing. It's spreading. Connors immediately checked the monitors, his expression growing concerned. His vital signs are elevating. Heart rate, blood pressure, neural activity, all increasing. Should we stop? Gwen asked urgently. Not yet, Connors replied, though he moved closer to the emergency shutdown controls. The process appears to be proceeding correctly, just more intensely than anticipated. Inside the chamber, the holographic display from the Omnitrix had grown more complex, the symbols shifting and reorganizing at a dizzying pace. The symbiote sample was fully liquid now, pulsing in time with the hologram's changes. Then, without warning, the Omnitrix projected a beam of yellow-green energy directly at the symbiote, similar to what had happened during their confrontation with Venom, but more focused, more controlled. Where the beam struck the black substance, it seemed to freeze in place, its surface taking on a crystalline quality that gradually spread throughout its mass. It's happening again, Peter observed tensely. The crystallization effect. Yes, but more systematically this time, Connors noted. The Omnitrix appears to be stabilizing the symbiote's molecular structure, making it more compatible with its cataloging system. Ben hardly heard their observations. The tingling had become a buzzing that filled his head, making it difficult to concentrate on anything but the strange connection he felt forming between himself, the Omnitrix, and the symbiote. It was as if the three entities were engaging in a complex conversation his human mind could only partially comprehend. The symbiote's crystallization completed, the small sample now resembling a perfect black gemstone shot through with lines of yellow-green energy. The Omnitrix's beam intensified, surrounding the crystallized symbiote in a cocoon of light. Then, to everyone's shock, the crystal began to disintegrate, not breaking apart, but dissolving into particles that were absorbed directly into the Omnitrix's beam. The device seemed to be literally consuming the symbiote sample, integrating it into its own systems. That's not supposed to happen, Peter said, alarm evident in his voice. Doc, shut it down. Connors was already moving toward the emergency controls when Ben's voice stopped him. Wait. Ben gasped, his eyes wide. I can feel it, the cataloging, it's working. The Omnitrix's face had begun to rotate of its own accord, cycling through alien forms faster than the eye could follow. As the last particles of the symbiote sample vanished into the device, a new silhouette appeared among Ben's roster, a shifting, fluid shape that Ben recognized immediately as the sand-like alien he transformed into during the fight with Venom. It added it, he breathed in amazement. The symbiote is officially part of the Omnitrix now. The yellow light faded, returning to the device's normal green glow. The holographic display retracted, and the buzzing sensation in Ben's head gradually subsided. Within the chamber, nothing remained of the symbiote sample, it had been completely absorbed. For several seconds, no one spoke, all eyes fixed on the Omnitrix and Ben's arms still sealed inside the chamber. Did it work? Gwen finally asked, breaking the silence. Connors checked the monitoring equipment, his expression cautiously optimistic. All readings have normalized. The Omnitrix appears to have successfully catalogued the symbiote sample, integrating it into its existing alien database. And the connection between Ben and Venom? Peter pressed. The one that was drawing them together. That's harder to determine, Connors admitted. In theory, now that the cataloging process is complete, the sympathetic resonance between the Omnitrix and the symbiote should be resolved. But we won't know for certain until, a thunderous crash from the outer hallway cut him off mid-sentence. The laboratory door shuddered as something heavy slammed against it from the outside. Until Venom finds us again, Peter finished grimly, already moving toward his backpack where his Spider-Man suit waited. So much for severing the connection. The door shook again, the reinforced frame beginning to buckle under repeated impacts. From the other side came a familiar, chilling voice, "We know you're in there. We can feel the device. Feel the change. Get Ben out of that chamber now. Peter ordered, stripping off his civilian clothes to reveal the Spider-Man suit beneath. Gwen, help Connors activate the lab's emergency protocols. Connors rushed to release the seal around Ben's arm while Gwen moved to a wall panel, entering a security code that triggered alarms throughout the building. Steel shutters began descending over the windows, standard university emergency measures designed for chemical spills or similar hazards. They won't hold him for long, Connors warned, helping Ben extract his arm from the containment unit. This facility wasn't designed to withstand something like Venom. How did he find us? Gwen asked, panic edging into her voice. How did he know we'd be here? The connection must be stronger than we thought, Connors said, glancing at the Omnitrix. Instead of severing it, the cataloging process might have temporarily intensified it, like a flare announcing our location. Ben looked down at the device on his wrist, guilt washing over him. If he'd mentioned last night's strange episode, would they have been better prepared? Would they have realized the connection was growing stronger, not weaker? The laboratory door buckled further, the metal beginning to warp as Venom's assault continued. Spider-Man, mask now in place, moved to position himself between the failing door and the others. We need to get out of here, he said urgently. Is there another exit? The emergency stairwell, Connors replied, pointing to a door at the back of the lab. It leads directly to the parking garage. Perfect. You three go, I'll hold Venom off long enough for you to reach the car. I'm not leaving you to face him alone, Ben protested, activating the Omnitrix. Not again. Ben, no, Spider-Man began, but it was too late. Ben had already selected an alien form and slammed his palm down on the watch face. Green light enveloped him, transforming his human body into, four arms, the massive, four-armed alien announced, flexing his impressive musculature. Now we're talking. Spider-Man sighed behind his mask. So much for the subtle approach. If Venom wants the Omnitrix so badly, Four Arms growled, cracking his knuckles, let him try to take it from me now. Before anyone could respond, the laboratory door finally gave way, crashing inward with a sound of tearing metal. The figure that stepped through the ruined entrance, however, was not the Venom they remembered from their previous encounters. This Venom was different. His form was more streamlined, more controlled, the chaotic rippling of the symbiote replaced by purposeful, almost elegant movements. Circuit-like patterns covered portions of his body, glowing with a yellow-green light that matched the Omnitrix's energy signature. Most disturbing of all, the white spider symbol on his chest had been partially replaced by a hourglass shape reminiscent of the Omnitrix's interface. The process continues, Venom said, his voice smoother than before, less bestial. We are becoming more. And now, we will be complete. What happened to him? Gwen gasped, backing away from the transformed creature. He's evolving, Connors realized, horror dawning in his eyes. The interaction with the Omnitrix isn't just affecting the device, it's changing the symbiote too. Making it more advanced, more compatible. Spider-Man didn't wait for further explanation. He launched into action, firing impact webs at Venom's face while simultaneously attempting to kick the creature back through the doorway. Venom reacted with frightening speed, dodging the webbing and catching Spider-Man's leg mid-kick. Too slow, Spider, Venom taunted, hurling Spider-Man across the laboratory and into a bank of equipment. We've improved in ways you cannot imagine. Four arms charged, all four fists clenched and ready to deliver a devastating combo. Let's see how improved you are after I rearrange your face. The Tetraman's first punch connected solidly with Venom's midsection, driving the symbiote back several steps. The second and third blows followed in quick succession, forcing Venom further back toward the ruined doorway. For a moment, it seemed Four Arms had the upper hand. Then Venom's form shifted, becoming more fluid, more adaptable. He flowed around the fourth punch like water around a stone, then counterattacked with tendrils that seemed to anticipate Four Arms' movements. We know you now, Venom hissed, tendrils wrapping around Four Arms' wrists faster than the alien could react. We've tasted your genetic patterns through the device. Your strengths. Your weaknesses. For Arms struggled against the restraints, his superior strength still enough to prevent Venom from fully immobilizing him. If you know so much, he growled, then you know I'm not going down without a fight. With a roar of effort, For Arms broke free of the tendrils and delivered a thunderous double uppercut that sent Venom crashing into the ceiling. Chunks of plaster rained down as the symbiote fell back to the floor, momentarily stunned. Spider-Man had recovered from his impact and rejoined the fight, working in tandem with 4 Arms to keep Venom on the defensive. Connors. Gwen. Go now, he shouted between attacks. Connors hesitated, clearly torn between escaping and helping. What about you two? We'll be right behind you, Spider-Man promised, firing web shots to supplement 4 Arms' physical assault. Just get to the car and be ready to move. Reluctantly, Connors grabbed his keys and an emergency case containing his research data. He and Gwen retreated toward the rear exit, casting worried glances back at the ongoing battle. Venom, despite facing 2 powerful opponents, seemed almost unconcerned. The symbiote's movements became more precise, more calculating with each exchange. The circuit-like patterns on his body pulsed brighter whenever he came near 4 Arms, as if responding to the Omnitrix's proximity. Why fight us? Venom asked, dodging another of 4 Arms' powerful blows. We offer evolution. Advancement. Power beyond your imagination. Not interested in your sales pitch, 4 Arms retorted, pressing the attack despite growing concern about Venom's increasingly effective counters. Each time he or Spider-Man seemed to gain an advantage, the symbiote adapted, becoming harder to hit, more strategic in its responses. A familiar beeping from the Omnitrix symbol on 4 Arms' shoulder warned that his transformation was nearing its end. Running out of time, he called to Spider-Man, need to finish this now. Spider-Man nodded, understanding the urgency. Let's hit him together, full strength. They coordinated their attack, Spider-Man binding Venom's legs with impact webbing while 4 Arms delivered a massive forearm slam to the symbiote's chest. The combined assault sent Venom crashing through the laboratory wall into the hallway beyond, buying them precious seconds. Go! Spider-Man urged as 4 Arms reverted back to Ben in a flash of red light. Down the emergency stairs, now. They sprinted for the rear exit, Spider-Man pausing only long enough to web the door shut behind them. The stairwell was narrow and dimly lit, their footsteps echoing as they descended toward the parking garage. Will that hold him? Ben asked between breaths, the Omnitrix on his wrist blinking red as it recharged. Not for long, Spider-Man replied grimly. Nothing seems to hold him for long anymore. They reached the parking level to find Connor's car waiting with the engine running, Gwen in the passenger seat and Connors behind the wheel. Spider-Man practically shoved Ben into the back seat before climbing in after him. Drive, he ordered, and Connors didn't need to be told twice. The sedan squealed out of the parking spot and accelerated toward the exit ramp, narrowly avoiding a security barrier as they emerged onto the street. Connors navigated through traffic with surprising skill for a 1-armed driver, putting distance between them and the university as quickly as possible. Is everyone okay? Gwen asked, twisting in her seat to check on Ben and Peter, who had pulled off his mask. Physically, yes, Peter replied, checking Ben for injuries. But that was too close. And Venom, did you see what's happening to him? The circuit patterns, Connors said, glancing in the rearview mirror. The hourglass symbol. He's incorporating elements of the Omnitrix's design into the symbiote structure. But how? Ben asked, staring down at the still recharging device on his wrist. The experiment worked, the Omnitrix cataloged the symbiote sample. It should have severed the connection. I think we misunderstood the nature of that connection, Connors admitted, his voice grave. The Omnitrix didn't just scan the symbiote, it absorbed it, integrated it. And in the process, it may have transmitted some of its own coding back to the original symbiote. A two-way exchange, Peter realized. The Omnitrix got a new alien form, and Venom got, what? Some of the Omnitrix's technology. Its adaptive capabilities, perhaps, Connors theorized. The device's ability to process and incorporate genetic information. We've essentially given the symbiote an evolutionary boost. Ben felt a wave of guilt wash over him. This is all my fault. If I hadn't come to this universe, hey, none of that, Peter interrupted firmly. You didn't ask to be sent here. This isn't on you. Peter's right, Gwen agreed. And playing the blame game isn't going to help us figure out what to do next. Where are we going, anyway? Ben asked, noticing they were heading away from the city center. My home, Connors replied. It's in a quiet suburb outside the city. We should be safe there for at least a few hours, long enough to regroup and plan our next move. And what is our next move? Gwen pressed. Venom's getting stronger, not weaker. And now he can apparently track the Omnitrix across the city. Peter was quiet for a moment, clearly wrestling with the implications of their situation. We need to understand exactly what's happening between the Omnitrix and the symbiote, he finally said. And we need to find a way to sever that connection permanently. The containment experiment failed, Connors pointed out. Catastrophically, I might add. So we try something else, Peter insisted. Maybe if we could find a way to neutralize the symbiote completely. That would mean killing Eddie Brock, Gwen said softly. Is that really an option? The car fell silent, the ethical implications hanging heavy in the air. Ben stared out the window, watching the city gradually give way to suburban neighborhoods. His thoughts returned to the strange episode with the Omnitrix the previous night, the yellow glow, the crawling sensation beneath his skin. Should he mention it now? Would it make any difference, or just add to their worries? Before he could decide, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, originating at the Omnitrix and spreading upward. Ben gasped, clutching his wrist as the device flared with yellow light again. Ben. Peter was immediately alert, concern evident in his voice. What's wrong? The Omnitrix, Ben managed through clenched teeth. It's doing something weird again. The yellow glow intensified, and Ben felt the now familiar crawling sensation beneath his skin, except this time, it was visible. Faint black lines, like veins filled with ink, began spreading from beneath the Omnitrix, tracing patterns up his forearm. Stop the car! Peter shouted to Connors. Something's happening to Ben. Connors pulled over to the side of the road, and everyone turned to stare at Ben's arm in horror as the black veining continued to spread, reaching his elbow and beginning to snake toward his shoulder. What is that? Gwen asked, her voice barely above a whisper. It looks like. Peter couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. The symbiote, Connors said, confirming their worst fears. Somehow, a part of it transferred into the Omnitrix during the cataloging process, and now it's spreading into Ben. Ben stared at his arm in terror as the black veining pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Get it out, he pleaded, panic rising in his voice. Get it out. Peter grabbed Ben's wrist, examining the spreading contamination. How is this possible? The containment unit was completely sealed. The Omnitrix absorbed the sample, Connors reminded him. Completely integrated it. Perhaps it didn't fully understand the symbiote's parasitic nature, its need to bond with a host. So instead of just cataloging it as alien DNA, Gwen realized, the Omnitrix is letting it, what? Infect Ben. The black veining had reached Ben's shoulder now and was beginning to spread across his chest. The pain had subsided, replaced by a strange, numbing sensation that was almost worse. He could feel something in his mind, a presence, alien and insistent, trying to communicate. I can hear it, he whispered, eyes wide. In my head. It's talking to me. What's it saying? Peter asked urgently. It's not words, exactly. More like, feelings. Impressions. Ben closed his eyes, trying to interpret the alien presence. It wants, completion. Evolution. It thinks we're supposed to be connected. Connors was already digging through his emergency case, extracting a syringe and a vial of clear liquid. This is an experimental symbiote suppressant I developed after Peter's experience. It might slow the spread long enough for us to find a more permanent solution. Might? Peter repeated skeptically. It's all we have right now, Connors replied grimly, filling the syringe. Ben, this will hurt, but it should help contain whatever is happening. Ben nodded, extending his increasingly vein-covered arm. Do it. Connors administered the injection with practiced efficiency, the needle sliding into Ben's arm just above the omnitrix. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the black veining seemed to recoil, retreating up his arm several inches as if the substance was in pain. It's working, Gwen observed with cautious hope. But the retreat was short-lived. After a few seconds, the veining resumed its advance, though noticeably slower than before. The yellow glow from the omnitrix pulsed erratically, as if the device was fighting against the invasion. The suppressant is only delaying it, Connors said, his expression grim. Whatever this is, it's far more resilient than the original symbiote. Because it's been enhanced by the omnitrix, Peter realized. Just like Venom has been. Ben felt cold sweat breaking out across his forehead as he fought against the alien presence trying to take hold in his mind. We need to stop this, he said weakly. Before it spreads too far. Dar. Connors, Gwen said suddenly, an idea forming. You said sound waves are one of the symbiote's weaknesses, right? What about using sonic vibrations to drive it back into the omnitrix? That could work, Connors agreed, hope flickering in his eyes. But we'd need specialized equipment, or we could use this, Ben interrupted, twisting the omnitrix dial with his still human right hand. The face popped up, ready for activation despite the black veining now covering most of the device. Echo's sonic screams might be enough to force it back. It's risky, Peter warned. Using the omnitrix while it's compromised could make things worse. You have a better idea? Ben challenged, his finger hovering over the dial. Because this thing is getting closer to my brain by the second, and I'm pretty sure that's a bad thing. Peter and Connors exchanged concerned glances, but neither could offer an alternative. Finally, Peter nodded. Do it. But be careful. Ben took a deep breath and pressed down on the omnitrix dial. Green light enveloped him, but instead of the familiar transformation sequence, something went wrong. The green energy sparked and fluctuated, streaked with ribbons of black. Ben screamed as pain shot through his entire body, the transformation process corrupted by the invading symbiote particles. When the light faded, what sat in the back seat of Connor's car was neither human nor any recognizable alien from Ben's roster. The creature was humanoid but covered in a shifting, rippling substance that resembled both the symbiote and Echo's silicon-based form. Its body constantly fluctuated between solid and liquid states, unable to settle on a final configuration. Ben? Peter asked cautiously, reaching toward the transformed figure. Are you still in there? The creature's head turned toward Peter, revealing a face that was a disturbing hybrid of Echo and Venom, multiple mouths arranged in an unsettling pattern, eyes that kept changing number and position, a voice that echoed and distorted as it spoke. Why yes, it managed, the sound coming from several mouths simultaneously. But something's wrong. The transformation, corrupted. The symbiote particles interfered with the omnitrix's function, Connors theorized, keeping a cautious distance. Created some kind of hybrid form. The creature that was Ben looked down at its unstable body with horror. Portions of it kept trying to form Echo's distinct silicon shape, while others flowed and rippled with symbiote-like properties. Can't control it properly, Ben's distorted voice reported. Form keeps shifting. As if to demonstrate, one of his arms suddenly extended in a manner reminiscent of Venom's tendrils, then solidified into something closer to Echo's limb, then liquefied again. The omnitrix symbol on his chest flickered between green and yellow, occasionally throwing off sparks of energy. We need to get him somewhere secure, Peter decided, already reaching for his phone. Somewhere equipped to deal with this kind of situation. The Baxter building? Gwen suggested. Even if Richards is off-world, they might have containment technology we could use. Too far, Connors countered. Given the rate of progression, we might not have that much time. My home laboratory is closer, it has some specialized equipment I used during my own episodes. Peter nodded grimly. Your place it is, then. Drive fast, document. As Connors pulled back onto the road, the hybrid creature that was Ben huddled in the back seat, fighting to maintain control of both body and mind. The alien presence that had infected him was growing stronger, more insistent, pushing against the boundaries of his consciousness. Join, evolve, perfect. The words weren't spoken aloud but resonated in Ben's mind with increasing clarity. This wasn't just random symbiote particles acting on instinct, this was a directed intelligence with a specific goal. It wants something, Ben managed to communicate, his multiple mouths struggling to form coherent words. Not just a bond. To change me. Make me into something specific. Resist it, Peter urged, placing a hand on what approximated Ben's shoulder. Focus on who you are. Don't let it define you. Ben tried, concentrating on memories of home, Grandpa Max's terrible cooking, Gwen's eye rolling at his jokes, summer evenings spent around the campfire. But the alien presence pushed back with its own vision, a perfect synthesis of human, omnitrix, and symbiote, more powerful than any of them individually. Why fight? Why resist? Together, perfect. Evolution. Stay with us, Ben, Peter's voice cut through the mental struggle. We're almost there. Just hold on. The suburban landscape blurred outside the windows as Connors pushed his sedan to its limits. Ben focused on Peter's voice, using it as an anchor to maintain his sense of self against the symbiote's increasing influence. But even as they raced toward potential help, a part of Ben wondered if they were already too late. The hybrid transformation showed no signs of timing out as his aliens normally would. The Omnitrix seemed locked in this corrupted state, neither fully functioning nor completely disabled. And somewhere behind them, drawn by the increasingly powerful connection, the evolved Venom was surely in pursuit, seeking to complete whatever process had begun between the Omnitrix and the symbiote. A process that, Ben feared, might end with something far more dangerous than either of them had ever been individually. Dar. Connor's home was a modest two-story colonial in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind of place that seemed entirely too normal to house a laboratory equipped for containing superhuman threats. Yet as they hurried Ben through the front door and down to the basement, it became clear that appearances were deceiving. The basement had been converted into a state-of-the-art research facility, complete with medical equipment, computer systems, and, most critically, a reinforced chamber that Connors explained had been designed to contain him during his transformations into the lizard. It's not perfect, he admitted as they helped Ben's unstable form into the cylindrical enclosure, but it's lined with vibranium alloy mesh that should prevent anything from breaking through, in either direction. Ben's condition had deteriorated during the drive. The hybrid form continued to shift unpredictably, sometimes resembling Echo, sometimes looking more symbiotic, occasionally incorporating elements of his other alien forms in disturbing combinations. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest flickered between green, yellow, and red, as if the device itself was struggling to maintain control. Can you still hear us, Ben? Peter asked as Connors activated the chamber's security systems. Why yes, came the distorted reply from multiple mouths. But it's getting harder. The voice is getting louder. What voice? Gwen asked, monitoring Ben's vital signs on a nearby console. The symbiote. Not just random thoughts anymore, Ben managed to explain, his form rippling violently as he spoke. More coherent. More familiar. Peter and Connors exchanged concerned glances. Venom? Peter asked quietly. Ben nodded, the motion strange in his constantly shifting form. I think, connected. What's in me, connected to what's in Brock. A quantum entanglement, Connors theorized, adjusting settings on the chamber's control panel. The symbiote particles in Ben are linked to the main symbiote at a fundamental level, communicating across distance. Can Venom control what's happening to Ben? Gwen asked, the concern evident in her voice. Not control, exactly, Connors replied. But influence, perhaps. Guide the process. He turned to Ben. Can you tell us what it wants? What its ultimate goal is? Ben's form seemed to stabilize momentarily, as if concentrating on the question allowed him to assert more control. Wants, completion. The Omnitrix, me. Venom. All together. Perfect synthesis. It wants to bond with both you and the Omnitrix simultaneously, Peter realized. Creating some kind of, what? Super symbiote? Evolution, Ben said, using the word the voice in his head kept repeating. Beyond symbiote. Beyond human. Beyond Omnitrix. Something new. The implications were terrifying. If the symbiote succeeded in fully bonding with both Ben and the Omnitrix, the result would be a creature with access to all of Ben's alien forms, enhanced by the symbiote's adaptive abilities and rage, possibly capable of transforming others as well. A walking apocalypse. We need to separate the symbiote particles from Ben immediately, Connors declared, moving to a storage cabinet and extracting various equipment. Before the bond becomes permanent. How? Peter asked, helping Connors set up what appeared to be sonic emitters around the containment chamber. The suppressant barely slowed it down. A more aggressive approach, Connors explained grimly. Concentrated sonic pulses at the specific frequency that disrupts the symbiote's molecular cohesion, combined with a targeted EMP to temporarily disable the Omnitrix. If we can force the device to reboot while simultaneously driving the symbiote particles out of Ben's system. You want to turn off the Omnitrix? Gwen asked skeptically. Is that even possible? Azimuth could, Ben said, his voice stronger for a moment. Has emergency, shutdown codes. But we don't have those. No, Connors agreed, but we can generate an electromagnetic pulse precisely calibrated to interfere with the energy signature the Omnitrix is currently emitting. It won't be a clean shutdown, more like pulling the plug during an update. Sounds risky, Peter observed. Extremely, Connors confirmed. But given the alternatives. Inside the chamber, Ben's hybrid form convulsed suddenly, portions of it extending into tendril-like appendages that slammed against the transparent walls. His distorted voice rose in a cry that was half pain, half alien rage. It knows what you're planning, he gasped when the convulsion passed. Getting stronger, fighting back. Hurry. Connors worked with feverish intensity, making final adjustments to the sonic emitters while Gwen calibrated the EMP device according to his instructions. Peter remained near the chamber, offering whatever moral support he could to Ben, whose struggles against the invading presence were becoming visibly more difficult. Just hold on a little longer, kid, Peter encouraged. We're almost ready. Peter, Ben said, his voice momentarily clearer as he pressed a hand-like appendage against the chamber wall. If this doesn't work, if I become something else, you have to stop me. Whatever it takes. The gravity of the request hung in the air between them. Peter placed his hand against the other side of the transparent barrier, matching Ben's position. It won't come to that, he promised. But if it does, I'll do what's necessary. I won't let you hurt anyone. Ben nodded, grateful for the assurance even as he hated the need for it. The voice in his head was becoming harder to resist, its promises of power and evolution increasingly tempting as his human identity grew more diffuse, more fragmented. Why fight? Together strong. Together perfect. Let us complete you. Systems ready, Connors announced, interrupting Ben's internal struggle. Sonic emitters at full capacity. EMP charged and targeted. Wait, Gwen interrupted, pointing to a monitoring screen where an alarm had begun to flash. Something's approaching the house. Fast. Peter moved to the screen, his expression darkening as he recognized the signature. It's Venom. He's found us. How? Connors demanded. We've only been here 10 minutes. The connection must be getting stronger, Peter realized. He's homing in on the symbiote particles in Ben like a beacon. He reached for his mask, which had been set aside during their preparations. Start the procedure. I'll keep him busy. Peter, no. Gwen protested. You saw what he's become. You can't face him alone. I don't have to beat him, Peter replied, pulling on the mask to become Spider-Man once more. Just delay him long enough for you to help Ben. Once the symbiote is out of his system, Venom's connection to the Omnitrix should weaken. Should, Connors emphasized. We're dealing with unprecedented interactions here. Nothing is certain. Nothing ever is, Spider-Man replied, heading for the stairs. Just focus on saving Ben. I'll handle Venom. Peter. Ben called, his distorted voice halting Spider-Man's exit. Be careful. He's stronger than before. Different. The Omnitrix has changed him. Spider-Man nodded. I know. Trust me, I'll be careful. With that, he bounded up the stairs, leaving the others to continue their desperate attempt to save Ben from the symbiote's influence. Inside the containment chamber, Ben fought to maintain his sense of self as Connors made final preparations. The hybrid form continued to shift unpredictably, sometimes resembling Echo, sometimes appearing more like Venom, occasionally incorporating elements of his other aliens in disturbing combinations. The procedure will be extremely painful, Connors warned, hand hovering over the activation switch. The sonic waves will affect your entire molecular structure, not just the symbiote particles. Don't care, Ben managed through clenched mouths. Just, do it. Before it's too late. Connors nodded grimly. On 3. 1, 2. A tremendous crash from upstairs interrupted the countdown, the unmistakable sound of combat as Spider-Man engaged Venom. Dust sifted down from the ceiling as something heavy impacted the floor above them. 3. Connors shouted, slamming his hand down on the activation switch. The sonic emitters came to life with a high-pitched whine that quickly rose beyond human hearing range. Ben felt it immediately, a searing pain that seemed to vibrate through every molecule of his being. The hybrid form writhed in agony, portions of it seeming to liquefy and then solidify randomly as the sonic waves disrupted its cohesion. EMP ready, Gwen reported, fingers poised over another control panel. Firing in 3, 2, 1. She activated the device, sending a targeted electromagnetic pulse directly at the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's chest. The effect was instantaneous, the symbol went completely dark, no longer flickering between colors but utterly lifeless for the first time since Ben had found the device. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Ben screamed, a sound so inhuman it chilled the blood of both observers. The hybrid form began to tear itself apart, black particles separating from silicon-like material, both seeming to fight for dominance over Ben's underlying human form. It's working! Connors exclaimed, increasing the sonic emitter's power. The symbiote particles are being forced out. Indeed, a dark substance was being drawn out of Ben's form, collecting against the floor of the chamber like liquid shadow. The Omnitrix symbol remained dark, but Ben's shape was becoming more defined, more human, as the separation continued. Above them, the sounds of battle intensified. Something shattered, glass or furniture, it was impossible to tell, and Spider-Man's voice called out in pain. Gwen glanced anxiously toward the stairs, clearly torn between continuing the procedure and going to Peter's aid. Stay focused, Connors ordered, not taking his eyes off the monitoring equipment. If we stop now, we lose Ben for certain. Inside the chamber, the separation was nearly complete. Most of the black substance had been extracted, pooling at Ben's feet in a writhing mass that seemed desperate to reattach itself. Ben's form was almost entirely human again, though the Omnitrix remained dark on his wrist. Almost there, Connors encouraged, adjusting the sonic frequency slightly. Just a little more. A final shudder ran through Ben's body as the last of the symbiote particles were forced out. He collapsed to his knees, human once more, pale and sweating but free of the alien infection. The extracted symbiote material gathered itself into a quivering blob, seemingly weakened by the sonic assault but still active. "Containment field holding," Gwen reported, relief evident in her voice. Symbiote particles fully separated from Ben's system. Connors deactivated the sonic emitters, though he kept the containment field in place around both Ben and the extracted symbiote. "Ben? Can you hear me? Are you all right?" Ben nodded weakly, raising his head with obvious effort. "I'm me again. But the Omnitrix." He held up his wrist, where the device remained completely dark, showing no signs of the familiar green glow or any function at all. "I think it's dead." Before Connors could respond, a tremendous crash shook the entire basement as something, or someone, was thrown through the ceiling from the floor above. Spider-Man crashed into a workbench, demolishing it completely before rolling to a stop against the far wall, clearly dazed from the impact. Through the hole in the ceiling dropped Venom, but a version of Venom unlike anything they'd seen before. The symbiote had continued to evolve, its form now incorporating distinct elements of the Omnitrix's technology. Circuit-like patterns covered much of its surface, pulsing with energy. The hourglass symbol on its chest glowed with the same yellow light the Omnitrix had displayed during its malfunctions. "The child is cured," Venom observed, his voice smoother and more controlled than ever. "But incomplete. As are we. This cannot stand." Spider-Man staggered to his feet, his suit torn in several places and what looked like a serious cut bleeding on his arm. "Stay away from him, Brock. It's over." "Nothing is over," Venom replied with terrifying calm. "The process has begun. It cannot be stopped, only delayed." With unnatural speed, Venom moved toward the containment chamber where Ben knelt next to the extracted symbiote particles. Spider-Man fired a web line that caught the symbiote's shoulder, but Venom simply turned and yanked, sending Spider-Man flying into another piece of equipment. "The chamber will hold," Connors assured Ben as Venom approached. "He can't get to you." But Venom wasn't interested in breaking through the chamber. Instead, he placed a hand against the transparent wall, directly opposite where the extracted symbiote particles had gathered. The circuit patterns on his palm glowed brighter, and to everyone's horror, the particles responded, organizing themselves into a similar pattern and moving up the inside of the chamber wall to align with Venom's hand. "What is separated can be reunited," Venom intoned. "What is broken can be mended." The extracted particles began to vibrate at an increasing frequency, resonating with whatever energy Venom was projecting. Cracks appeared in the containment field, not physical cracks in the chamber walls, but distortions in the energy barrier that kept the symbiote contained. "That's impossible," Connors breathed. "He's disrupting the containment field somehow. Can you strengthen it?" Gwen asked urgently, already working at the control panel. "I'm trying," Connors replied, fingers dancing across the controls. "But he's using a frequency I've never seen before, something derived from the Omnitrix's energy signature." Inside the chamber, Ben backed away from the increasingly agitated symbiote particles. The Omnitrix on his wrist remained dark, offering no protection against whatever was about to happen. He looked to Spider-Man, who was struggling to his feet again, determination evident even through his damaged mask. "Get back," Spider-Man ordered, limping toward Venom with renewed purpose. "Get away from that chamber." Venom ignored him, focused entirely on the resonance he was creating with the extracted particles. The distortions in the containment field grew more pronounced, energy fluctuating visibly as the barrier began to fail. In a desperate move, Spider-Man launched himself at Venom, tackling the symbiote away from the chamber. They crashed into a wall of scientific equipment, glass shattering and chemicals spilling as they grappled. Connors! Spider-Man shouted between punches. Get Ben out of there. The field's going to collapse. Connors hesitated for only a second before hitting the emergency release on the chamber door. Ben, quickly. Before the particles fully destabilize. Ben didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled for the door as it slid open, diving through just as the containment field collapsed completely. Behind him, the extracted symbiote particles surged forward in a wave of living darkness, seeking freedom, and a new host. Close it. Ben yelled as he cleared the doorway. Close it. Connors slammed his hand on the emergency close button, and the chamber door slid shut again, but not before a tendril of the symbiote material snaked through the narrowing gap. It whipped through the air, searching, targeting, and found the Omnitrix. The tendril struck Ben's wrist with unerring accuracy, wrapping around the darkened device. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the Omnitrix flared to life with brilliant yellow light, far more intense than any previous activation. Ben screamed as energy coursed up his arm, neither the painful burning of the sonic procedure nor the creeping numbness of the initial infection, but something new, a sensation of reconfiguration, of systems coming back online in ways they were never designed to function. What's happening to him? Gwen cried, moving toward Ben but stopped by Connor's outstretched arm. The symbiote fragment is reactivating the Omnitrix, Connors realized, watching in horror as the yellow light spread from the device up Ben's arm. Using the energy it absorbed during the cataloging process to force a restart. Across the lab, Spider-Man and Venom continued their desperate battle, though both now turned to watch what was happening to Ben. Venom's expression, insofar as the inhuman face could show emotion, reflected triumph. Yes, he hissed. The final stage begins. The yellow light engulfed Ben completely, lifting him off the ground in a cocoon of energy. Inside, his silhouette was visible, twisting in what might have been agony or transformation. The Omnitrix symbol on his wrist grew brighter still, projecting holographic patterns throughout the basement that resembled DNA sequences, circuit diagrams, and alien symbols all merged into an incomprehensible tapestry. We have to stop this, Spider-Man declared, breaking away from his fight with Venom to move toward Ben. We have to shut down the Omnitrix again. The EMP is discharged, Connors replied helplessly. It will take time to regenerate enough power for another pulse. Time we don't have, Spider-Man realized, watching as the cocoon of energy around Ben began to change color, yellow giving way to green in some areas, black in others, the three shades swirling together in complex patterns. Venom made no move to continue the fight, seemingly content to watch the process unfold. Beautiful, he murmured. The perfect synthesis. Inside the energy cocoon, Ben felt his consciousness expanding in ways he couldn't comprehend. The Omnitrix, the symbiote fragment, his own mind, all merging and separating and reconfiguring in an endless dance. Alien genetic codes flickered through his awareness, not just his original 10 forms but countless others, species he'd never encountered, abilities he'd never imagined. And through it all, the voice, no longer alien and threatening, but almost familiar now, as if the symbiote had adapted to his thought patterns, or he to its. Together. Perfect. Whole. The energy cocoon pulsed one final time, then collapsed inward, revealing the being at its center, no longer simply Ben Tennyson, but something both more and less than human. The figure that floated gently to the ground resembled Ben in basic shape and size, but his skin now had a faint green-black sheen, like oil on water. The Omnitrix remained on his wrist, but transformed, the casing now a deep obsidian with green circuit patterns that matched those on Venom, the hourglass symbol glowing with steady yellow-green light. Ben's eyes, when he opened them, contained the same light, as if the device's energy now flowed through his entire being. Ben? Spider-Man asked cautiously, approaching the transformed boy. Are you still in there? Ben turned to face him, his movements unnaturally fluid, almost predatory. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that hadn't been there before, deeper tones that resonated beneath his normal speech. We are Ben, he replied, examining his changed form with fascination rather than horror. "We are, improved." "Improved?" Gwen repeated, fear evident in her voice. "Ben, you've been infected by the symbiote." "Not infected," Ben corrected, turning his unsettling gaze toward her. "Synthesized. The Omnitrix has integrated the symbiote into its systems, and into us. We are neither host nor parasite. We are partnership." Venom approached, seemingly uninterested in continuing the fight with Spider-Man. His attention was focused entirely on Ben's transformed state. "Perfect," he breathed. "Just as we envisioned. The first of a new evolution." Ben regarded Venom with a cool, analytical stare. "You helped create this. Your essence provided the template. But we are not like you." "No," Venom agreed. "You are more. Better. The next stage in our kind's development." "What exactly are you now, Ben?" Connors asked, scientific curiosity temporarily overriding his caution. Ben considered the question, head tilting in a gesture reminiscent of Venom's inhuman mannerisms. "We are symbiosis perfected. The Omnitrix has stabilized the bond between human and symbiote, creating a hybrid state that draws strengths from both without the weaknesses of either." "And your alien transformations?" Spider-Man asked, tensed and ready to act if necessary. "Can you still access them?" In answer, Ben held up his transformed Omnitrix. The interface activated, displaying not the usual 10 aliens, but what appeared to be dozens, perhaps hundreds, of forms, each silhouette distinctly alien but with subtle symbiotic elements incorporated. "We have access to all previously catalogued species," Ben explained, "now enhanced by symbiotic integration. And more besides." "More?" Connors pressed. "What do you mean?" "The symbiote's adaptive capabilities, combined with the Omnitrix's genetic repository," Ben elaborated, his voice taking on an almost didactic tone. "We can now create new forms, hybridizations of existing aliens, customized for specific purposes." The implications were staggering, and terrifying. Ben had effectively become a walking arsenal of enhanced alien powers, potentially more dangerous than any threat they'd faced before. "This can't be what you want, Ben," Spider-Man said softly, taking another step closer. "You told me you wanted to go home. To see your family again." Something flickered in Ben's yellow-green eyes, a hint of the 11-year-old boy temporarily resurfacing. I still do." "Then let us help you," Spider-Man urged. "Dr. Connors can find a way to separate you from the symbiote, just like we did before. We can fix the Omnitrix, get you back to your own universe." Ben seemed to consider this, his expression troubled. The symbiote-enhanced Omnitrix on his wrist pulsed in time with his heartbeat, as if responding to his emotional state. "Separation may no longer be possible," he finally said. "The integration is complete at a molecular level. The Omnitrix, the symbiote, and Ben Tennyson are now a single entity." "As it should be," Venom interjected, moving closer to Ben. "Together, we can achieve wonders. Create a new world. A better world." Ben turned to regard the larger symbiote, his expression unreadable. "Your vision is limited. Flawed by hatred and vengeance. We have no interest in destruction." Venom's milky eyes narrowed. "Then what do you want, child? What purpose does such power serve if not to reshape this imperfect world?" "Balance," Ben replied simply. "Understanding. Home." He looked back to Spider-Man, something of his former self showing through the alien facade. "We still want to go home." Spider-Man seized on this opening. "Then let us try, Ben. Let us help you find a way back to your universe. Back to your family." Ben hesitated, clearly conflicted. The symbiotic elements of his new form seemed to ripple beneath his skin, responding to his emotional turmoil. When he spoke again, his voice sounded more like the Ben they knew, the determined but fundamentally good-hearted boy who had fallen into their universe by accident. I want to try, he said. But there's something else I need to do first. He turned to face Venom directly. You're dangerous. Unbalanced. A threat to this world and potentially to mine. Venom took a step back, sensing the shift in Ben's demeanor. We are what this world made us, he defended. What Spider-Man made us. No, Ben countered, the Omnitrix on his wrist beginning to glow more intensely. You are what you chose to become. And now you need to be contained. Before anyone could react, Ben slammed his hand down on the transformed Omnitrix. The resulting flash of light was blinding, not the familiar green of his normal transformations, but a complex swirl of green, black, and yellow that filled the entire basement. When the light faded, Ben had transformed into something unlike any alien they'd seen before. The creature stood slightly taller than Ben's human form, its body sleek and powerful, covered in a crystalline material that resembled diamond head but darker, shot through with green circuit patterns. Its hands ended in sharp points that seemed capable of both cutting and manipulating energy. Prism Venom, the transformed Ben announced in a voice that resonated with crystalline harmonics. Venom recoiled, recognizing elements of the crystallization effect that had damaged him during their first encounter. What is this? What have you done? Created something new, Prism Venom replied, advancing on the larger symbiote. A form specifically designed to contain you. Venom snarled and lashed out with tendrils, but they simply glanced off Prism Venom's crystalline hide. In return, Ben's new form touched one sharp finger to the floor, sending a wave of crystallization spreading outward like ripples in a pond. Where the effect reached Venom's feet, the symbiote began to solidify, the process working upward from the ground. No! Venom roared, trying to tear free of the advancing crystallization. We will not be caged. Not again. Not caged, Prism Venom corrected, continuing the methodical advance. Stabilized. Balanced. The same process that made me what I am can help you find equilibrium. Spider-Man, Gwen, and Connors watched in amazement as the crystallization continued up Venom's body. Unlike their first encounter, where the process had seemed random and destructive, this transformation was precise, controlled, almost elegant in its execution. What is he doing? Gwen whispered to Connors. I think, he's curing Venom, Connors replied, awe in his voice. Using the Omnitrix's stabilizing effect on the symbiote to neutralize its more aggressive properties. The crystallization reached Venom's chest, then neck, the symbiote's struggles growing weaker as more of its mass was converted. The circuit patterns that had appeared during its evolution remained, but now they pulsed with steady green light rather than the erratic yellow-green of before. This changes nothing, Venom insisted, even as the crystallization reached his face. We are Venom. We are vengeance. You are Eddie Brock and a symbiote, Prism Venom countered. Two beings who can choose a better path. Together. With those words, the crystallization completed, encompassing Venom entirely. The massive figure stood frozen, encased in a translucent shell that sparkled with faint green energy. Inside, the symbiote and Eddie Brock remained visible, suspended in a state that was neither fully conscious nor completely dormant. Prism Venom regarded his handiwork with satisfaction, then turned to face the others. The threat is contained, he announced. Venom will remain in stasis until a more permanent solution can be found, one that respects both Eddie Brock's humanity and the symbiote's nature. Ben, Spider-Man said carefully, that was impressive. But I'm still concerned about what's happened to you. This fusion with the symbiote is stable, Prism Venom assured him. Unlike Venom's bond with Eddie Brock, which was built on rage and vengeance, our integration is balanced by the Omnitrix's stabilizing protocols. He looked down at the symbol on his chest, which glowed with steady green light. We are in harmony. A flash of light signaled Ben's return to his base form, still the symbiote-enhanced human rather than the purely human boy they'd known. He regarded them all with those unsettling yellow-green eyes, but his expression was gentle, almost reassuring. I know you're worried, he said, his voice closer to normal now. And I understand why. But this change, it feels right. Like the Omnitrix was always meant to work this way. The symbiote is influencing your thinking, Ben, Connors warned. Making you accept this transformation too readily. Perhaps, Ben acknowledged. Or perhaps it's simply showing me possibilities I couldn't see before. Either way, I'm still me. Still Ben Tennyson. Just, more. And you still want to go home? Spider-Man pressed. Back to your own universe. Ben nodded without hesitation. More than anything. My family must be worried sick. Spider-Man seemed relieved by this response. Then that's what we'll focus on next. Finding a way to send you home. With the symbiote still bonded to him? Gwen asked skeptically. Is that safe, for him or his universe? The bond is stable, Ben insisted. And I think it might actually be the key to getting home. He held up his transformed Omnitrix. The integration has unlocked capabilities I never knew existed. Including, possibly, dimensional travel. You think the Omnitrix can send you back? Connors asked, scientific curiosity evident in his voice. I think it always could, Ben replied. I just never knew how to access that function before. Now, with the symbiote's help, I can see patterns in the interface that were hidden from me. The conversation was interrupted by a groan from the crystallized Venom. The stasis field held, but it was clear that the effect might not be permanent, especially given Eddie Brock's determination and the symbiote's resilience. We should move him somewhere more secure, Spider-Man suggested. And then figure out our next steps. Ben nodded agreement. The sooner I can get home, the better. For everyone. As they began discussing logistics for containing the crystallized Venom and investigating the Omnitrix's potential dimensional travel capabilities, Ben found himself acutely aware of the changes within him. The symbiote's presence was constant but not overwhelming, a partner rather than a parasite, working in concert with both his human consciousness and the Omnitrix's alien technology. It was strange and wonderful and terrifying all at once. And while he meant what he'd said about wanting to go home, he couldn't deny the exhilaration of this new state of being, this perfect synthesis of human, alien, and symbiote. The question that remained, though he kept it to himself, was whether his family would recognize him when he returned. Whether they could accept what he had become. Whether this transformation was truly the evolution he believed it to be, or something darker that he couldn't yet recognize through the symbiote's influence. Only time would tell. And time, in his current state, felt like something he suddenly had in abundance. Chapter 3, Across the Universe. In the 3 days since Ben's transformation, Dr. Connor's basement laboratory had been converted into a hybrid research facility and training ground. Computer monitors displayed complex dimensional calculations while reinforced panels protected the walls from the occasional misfired energy blast. At the center of it all stood Ben Tennyson, or rather, what Ben Tennyson had become. Try again, Peter said, adjusting a sensor array aimed at Ben's transformed Omnitrix. This time, focus on maintaining the energy balance between the symbiote and the device. Ben nodded, raising his arm. The obsidian casing of the Omnitrix gleamed under the laboratory lights, green circuit patterns pulsing gently across its surface like a heartbeat. His skin retained that faint green-black sheen, as if perpetually caught between human and something else, while his eyes glowed with the same yellow-green light that now characterized the device bonded to his wrist. Dimensional interface, attempt 17, Dr. Connors announced for the recording equipment, then nodded to Ben. Whenever you're ready. Closing his eyes, Ben concentrated on the sensation he'd been trying to recapture for days, the unique energy signature that had brought him to this universe in the first place. The symbiote elements integrated into his system responded instantly, enhancing his perception of the Omnitrix's inner workings in ways his purely human mind could never have grasped. There. A previously invisible subroutine, buried beneath layers of alien code and safeguards. Ben mentally reached for it, guiding the Omnitrix to recognize and activate the sequence. The device responded with a surge of energy that spread up Ben's arm in branching patterns of yellow-green light. The air before him shimmered, molecules vibrating at increasing frequencies as space itself began to distort. A small sphere of twisted reality formed, no larger than a baseball, but undeniably a tear in the dimensional fabric. "It's working!" Gwen exclaimed from her monitoring station. "We're getting a quantum signature that matches the theoretical model for interdimensional portals." Ben pushed harder, feeding more power into the growing rift. The sphere expanded to the size of a basketball, then a beach ball, its edges fluctuating wildly as it struggled to stabilize. "The energy drain is accelerating," Connors warned, eyes fixed on his readings. "Ben's vital signs are approaching critical levels." "Just a little more," Ben growled, his voice carrying that unsettling harmonic undertone that emerged when he drew deeply on the symbiote's power. "I can feel it connecting." The portal flashed brilliantly, momentarily stabilizing enough to show a blurred image on its surface, a desert landscape, an old RV, two figures standing beside it looking skyward. Home. So close he could almost reach through and touch it. "Grandpa." "Gwen." Ben called, stretching his free hand toward the image. The moment he moved, however, the delicate balance collapsed. The portal imploded with a thunderclap of displaced air, the energy backlash throwing Ben across the laboratory to crash into a monitoring station. Alarms blared as equipment shorted out in cascading failures. "Ben." Peter was at his side in an instant, helping the dazed boy to his feet. "Are you okay?" "Fine," Ben mumbled, though he looked anything but. Dark veins stood out prominently against his neck and face, pulsing with the same yellow-green light as his eyes. The symbiote elements in his system were clearly stressed, struggling to mitigate the energy backlash. "Just need a minute." Connors approached cautiously, scanner in hand. "Your physiological readings are all over the place. Heart rate elevated, neural patterns erratic, and the symbiote component appears to be in some kind of defensive state." "I saw them," Ben said, ignoring the diagnosis. His eyes burned with intensity despite his obvious exhaustion. "My family. They're looking for me. I was so close this time." "You were," Peter agreed, his voice gentle but concerned. "But at what cost? This is the third attempt that's ended with you practically collapsing. Whatever method brought you here, recreating it is clearly taking a massive toll." "I don't care about the toll," Ben insisted, pulling away from Peter's supportive grip to stand on his own, swaying slightly. "I saw home. I can make this work." "Perhaps," Connors interjected, "but not today. Your system needs time to recover. The symbiote is exhibiting stress patterns I haven't seen before, almost like an immune response to dimensional energy." Ben wanted to argue but couldn't deny the exhaustion seeping through every cell of his body. Even with the symbiote's enhanced recovery abilities, each attempt at opening a portal left him more drained than the last. It was as if something was actively resisting his efforts to leave this universe. "Fine," he conceded reluctantly. "We'll try again tomorrow. Or we could consider alternate approaches," Gwen suggested, joining them with a tablet displaying her latest calculations. "These readings confirm what I suspected, the dimensional signature of Ben's home universe is fluctuating. It's like trying to hit a moving target." "Which would explain why the portals keep destabilizing," Connors mused, examining her data. "The coordinates are valid when he initiates the process, but shift before the connection fully forms." Peter frowned thoughtfully. Could something on the other side be causing the fluctuations? Maybe whatever sent Ben here in the first place? "Possibly," Connors agreed. "Or it could be a natural phenomenon, dimensional drift occurring between universes that don't normally interact." "There's another possibility," Gwen said hesitantly, glancing at Ben. "It could be the symbiote itself." Ben's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "The symbiote originated in this universe," she explained carefully. "It's integrated with your system now, but it might have call it a quantum attachment to its home reality. Like a rubber band being stretched, the further you try to pull it toward another universe, the stronger it pulls back. The theory hung in the air between them, its implications troubling. If Gwen was right, then the very thing giving Ben the power to attempt interdimensional travel might also be preventing its success. That can't be right, Ben finally said, though doubt crept into his voice. The symbiote and I are fully integrated now. We're partners. It wants what I want. Are you sure about that? Peter asked quietly. The symbiote bonded with me once, remember? It claimed to want the same things I did, right until the moment our goals diverged. This is different, Ben insisted. The Omnitrix stabilized the bond, made it something new. He touched the transformed device on his wrist, its surface rippling slightly at his contact. We're not host and parasite. We're synthesis. Perhaps, Connors said diplomatically, but even in synthesis, individual components can maintain certain priorities. Self-preservation is a fundamental drive in all living things. Ben fell silent, contemplating this possibility. Since the transformation, he'd interpreted the symbiote's presence in his mind as supportive, enhancing, a partner that amplified his abilities and opened new perspectives. The idea that it might be subtly working against his desire to return home was unsettling. Let's take a break, Peter suggested, sensing Ben's inner conflict. Get some fresh air, clear our heads. We've been cooped up in this lab for days. That might be best, Connors agreed. I need to analyze this new data anyway, see if it suggests any alternative approaches. Ben nodded absently, still troubled by the implications of Gwen's theory. As the others moved to their respective tasks, he found himself drifting toward the far corner of the laboratory, where a cylindrical containment unit housed their other ongoing concern. Venom, or what had been Venom, remained in crystalline stasis, Eddie Brock's human form visible within the translucent shell like an insect trapped in amber. The circuit patterns that had developed during his evolution continued to pulse with faint green light, but they no longer spread or changed. The stasis field held him in perfect suspension, neither conscious nor truly unconscious, simply paused. Ben placed a hand against the containment unit's transparent wall, studying the frozen figure. 3 days ago, this creature had been their greatest threat, a monster obsessed with claiming the Omnitrix's power. Now, through Ben's intervention, he was neutralized. Contained. But was that truly a victory? Having second thoughts. Peter's voice came from behind him. Ben didn't turn around, keeping his eyes on Venom's frozen form. Just wondering if I made the right call. Containing him like this instead of finding some way to separate Eddie from the symbiote. You did what was necessary, Peter said, moving to stand beside him. Venom was too dangerous, too unstable. And you didn't destroy him, you neutralized the threat while keeping both Eddie and the symbiote intact. For now, Ben agreed. But what happens when I leave? Assuming I can figure out how to leave, he added with a touch of bitterness. What happens to him then? Peter considered this, studying the crystallized form of his enemy. Connors thinks the stasis effect will eventually wear off naturally, over the course of months rather than days. By then, he hopes to have developed a method to safely separate Eddie from the symbiote, or at least stabilize their bond the way yours has been stabilized. And if that doesn't work? Ben pressed. If he comes back just as dangerous as before? Then I'll deal with him, Peter said simply. Like I always have. That's not your burden to bear, Ben. Ben finally turned to face him, yellow-green eyes meeting the lenses of Peter's mask, which he'd donned for their dimensional experiments as a safety precaution. Everything feels like my burden now, Ben admitted. Ever since the transformation, it's like I can see connections I never noticed before. Responsibilities extending in all directions. Peter's posture softened slightly. That sounds familiar. When I first got my powers, suddenly everything bad that happened felt like my fault if I wasn't there to stop it. He shook his head. It took me a long time to understand the difference between responsibility and control. You can't control everything, Ben. You can just do your best with the choices in front of you. Is that what I'm doing? Ben asked, genuine uncertainty in his voice. My best? Or am I making things worse? The Omnitrix, the symbiote, dimensional portals that keep collapsing, maybe I'm just causing more problems trying to fix the original one. Peter rested a hand on Ben's shoulder, a simple gesture that reminded Ben of how young he still was, despite everything that had happened. You're trying to get home, Peter said firmly. That's not just your right, it's where you belong. And we're going to figure this out, I promise. Ben nodded, drawing strength from Peter's confidence. In the short time they'd known each other, Spider-Man had become more than just a hero from another universe. He'd become a friend, a mentor, someone Ben trusted implicitly despite the strange circumstances that had brought them together. So, Peter continued in a lighter tone, how about that fresh air? I know a spot with a pretty great view of the city. Ben smiled faintly. Sounds good. Just let me. He gestured to his appearance, with its subtle but noticeable inhuman qualities. Can't exactly walk around looking like this. Actually, Peter said with something like approval, I think you've been making progress with that. Yesterday you managed to look almost completely human for about an hour. It was true. Ben had been practicing controlling the symbiote aspects of his new form, pushing them deeper beneath the surface to present a more normal appearance. It was exhausting to maintain for long periods, but useful for brief excursions into public. Closing his eyes, Ben concentrated on the sensation of being purely human again. The symbiote responded reluctantly, its presence receding from the surface like a tide pulling back from shore. When he opened his eyes again, they had returned to their normal green, and his skin had lost its alien sheen. Better? He asked, his voice now free of the harmonic undertones. Peter nodded, pulling off his mask as the immediate safety concerns passed. Much. Though I'm still thinking rooftops rather than street level. Fine by me, Ben replied with a genuine grin. Lead the way, Spider-Man. The Manhattan skyline at sunset was a spectacle that transcended universes. Perched on the edge of a skyscraper overlooking Central Park, Ben could almost forget the impossible situation he found himself in. Almost. Pizza still tastes the same here, he observed, finishing the last slice from the box they'd picked up on their way. That's something, I guess. Peter laughed, sitting beside him with legs dangling over the dizzying drop. I'd hope so. Some things are just universal constants. They had spent the past hour up here, watching the city transition from day to evening, talking about everything and nothing. Ben had shared stories of his adventures with the Omnitrix before coming to this universe, while Peter had reciprocated with tales of his early days as Spider-Man. It was the most normal either of them had felt in days. Do you ever think about it? Ben asked suddenly. What would have happened if the symbiote had stayed bonded to you? If you'd never rejected it? Peter's expression grew somber. More than I'd like to admit. Especially lately, seeing what you've become. And I think I made the right choice for me, Peter said carefully. The symbiote was bringing out impulses I couldn't control, anger, vengeance, power for its own sake. I was becoming someone I didn't recognize. He paused, choosing his next words with obvious care. But your situation is different. The Omnitrix seems to have stabilized the bond in ways I never experienced. You're still worried, though, Ben observed. I can tell. Peter sighed, running a hand through his hair. Of course I am. You're 11 years old, Ben. You've been thrown into an impossible situation, transformed by alien technology, and now you're trying to find your way home while carrying a piece of one of my deadliest enemies with you. He shook his head. If I wasn't worried, I'd be a pretty terrible friend. Ben nodded, appreciating the honesty. For what it's worth, I'm worried too. About what happens when I get home. About whether Grandpa Max will even recognize what I've become. About whether this transformation is permanent or just another weird Omnitrix thing that'll eventually wear off. Have you felt any changes since it happened? Peter asked. Any shift in the balance between you and the symbiote? Ben considered this carefully. It's getting easier to control. In the beginning, it felt like trying to steer a car with someone else's hands on the wheel too. Now it's more like having a really enthusiastic co-pilot who occasionally grabs the controls when they think you're making a wrong turn. And the portals? Does the symbiote resist when you try to open them? Not exactly resist, Ben said slowly. More like hesitate. Like it's afraid of what's on the other side. Or afraid of leaving what's familiar. He shrugged. Maybe Gwen's right about that quantum attachment thing. They fell silent for a moment, watching as lights began flickering on across the darkening city. In the distance, police sirens wailed, a familiar urban soundtrack in any universe. I should be out there, Peter said quietly, nodding toward the sound. Patrolling. It's been days. You've been busy helping me, Ben pointed out. Pretty good excuse. Maybe. Still feels wrong, though. Peter glanced at Ben speculatively. Unless. Ben caught his meaning immediately and grinned. Superhero team-up. For real this time, not just running from Venom. Why not? Might do us both good to focus on something straightforward for a change. Plus, I'm curious to see what those new alien forms of yours can do in a controlled setting. The prospect was immediately appealing. After days of frustrating failed experiments, the idea of doing something proactive, something heroic, felt right. It would be a return to what Ben knew best, using the Omnitrix to help people, regardless of which universe he found himself in. I'm in, he declared, already feeling the symbiote responding to his excitement, eager for action after days of laboratory confinement. His eyes flashed briefly yellow-green before he brought the effect under control. Just point me at the bad guys. Peter smiled, pulling his mask back on to become Spider-Man once more. Let's start with something simple. Bank robbery or muggers, no alien invasions or world-ending threats on your first night out. Deal, Ben agreed, activating the transformed Omnitrix. The holographic interface that appeared above it was far more complex than before, displaying dozens of alien silhouettes organized in patterns only Ben could fully comprehend. He selected one, a form that looked like XLR-8 but with subtle symbiotic enhancements. SYNCHRO speed, he announced as the transformation washed over him, the familiar rush of energy now intertwined with the flowing sensation of the symbiote adapting to the alien physiology. The result was instantly recognizable as XLR-8, but with significant differences. The blue and black coloration had shifted to deep indigo and obsidian. The helmet was more organic looking, flowing seamlessly into the rest of the body rather than appearing mechanical. Most notably, tendrils of symbiote material occasionally rippled across the surface of the form, enhancing its aerodynamic properties. Whoa, Spider-Man commented, taking in the transformed appearance. That's definitely different. Different good or different creepy? Synchro Speed asked, his voice retaining XLR-8's raspy quality but with the harmonic undertones that characterized all of Ben's symbiote-enhanced forms. Let's go with differently effective and see how it performs, Spider-Man suggested diplomatically. Race you to Times Square. Synchro Speed's faceplate retracted to reveal a fanged grin that was pure mischief. You're on, Webhead. With that, he was gone, a streak of indigo and black moving faster than even the original XLR-8 could manage, the symbiote components reducing friction to negligible levels. Spider-Man laughed and launched himself off the building, firing a web line and swinging in pursuit, though he knew he had no chance of winning such a race. By the time Spider-Man arrived at Times Square, Synchro Speed was casually leaning against a billboard support, examining his claws with exaggerated boredom. Took you long enough, he commented as Spider-Man landed beside him. Show off, Spider-Man retorted good-naturedly. I take it the speed upgrade works well. Better than well, Synchro Speed confirmed. The symbiote enhances everything, speed, reaction time, sensory input. It's like XLR-8 but cranked up to 11. Convenient, since you're 11, Spider-Man quipped. Now let's see if we can find. He was interrupted by the distant sound of an alarm, followed by police radio chatter picked up by the scanner function in his suit. Convenience store robbery in progress, 3 blocks east. Armed suspects. Perfect timing, Synchro Speed said eagerly. Ready to show these guys what happens when you mess with heroes from 2 universes. Remember, controlled response, Spider-Man cautioned. These are just ordinary criminals, not supervillains. No excessive force. Got it. Scary but not too scary. They moved toward the disturbance, Spider-Man swinging between buildings while Synchro Speed raced along walls and across rooftops, keeping pace easily. As they approached the convenience store, they could see 3 masked figures rushing out with bags of cash, heading toward a waiting car. Classic smash and grab, Spider-Man observed. I'll take the driver, you round up the other 3. On it, Synchro Speed confirmed, accelerating toward the fleeing robbers. To the criminals, it must have seemed like a nightmare come to life. One moment they were running for their getaway car, the next they were encircled by a whirlwind of indigo and black, moving too fast to track. Weapons were plucked from hands, shoelaces tied together, ski masks yanked off to reveal startled faces. Meanwhile, Spider-Man landed on the hood of the getaway car with a resounding thud, startling the driver who immediately tried to reverse. A quick web shot disabled the ignition, while another sealed the driver's door shut. Going somewhere? Spider-Man asked cheerfully through the windshield. Because I think your friends could use a hand right about now. He gestured to where Synchro Speed had corralled the 3 other robbers into a neat pile, their weapons confiscated and their movements restricted by what appeared to be restraints formed from hardened symbiote material. What the hell is that thing? The driver demanded, staring wide-eyed at the alien speedster. New in town, Spider-Man replied casually. Doesn't like crime much. Kind of like me that way. The sound of approaching police sirens signaled it was time to wrap things up. Spider-Man webbed the driver securely to his seat, then swung over to where Synchro Speed was standing guard over the captured robbers. Not bad for a first outing, he commented. Though the restraints are a new touch. Synchro Speed shrugged, the movement oddly fluid in his enhanced form. Seemed more efficient than waiting for you to web them up. Don't worry, they'll dissolve in about an hour. Spider-Man was about to respond when his attention was caught by one of the store's security cameras, which was pointed directly at them. And that's our cue to exit. Police can handle it from here. They retreated to a nearby rooftop just as the first patrol cars arrived on the scene. Synchro Speed watched with evident satisfaction as the officers discovered their neatly packaged criminals. That felt good, he admitted. Normal. Like being a hero is still the same no matter what universe I'm in or what's happened to the Omnitrix. That's because it is, Spider-Man said. The fundamentals don't change, helping people, stopping the bad guys, doing what's right even when it's hard. Synchro Speed nodded, then in a flash of green-black light, transformed back to Ben's base form. The symbiote-enhanced appearance returned immediately, the subtle sheen to his skin, the yellow-green eyes, the transformed Omnitrix on his wrist. I've been thinking, Ben said slowly. About what happens when I get home. About whether I should try to remove the symbiote before I go back. Spider-Man turned to him, surprise evident even through the mask. That's a change of tune. I thought you were fully committed to the perfect synthesis approach. I was. I am. Mostly. Ben frowned, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It's just, seeing how much the symbiote enhances everything, how powerful these new forms are. I'm not sure if that's something I should be bringing back to my universe. What if it changes things too much? What if it's too dangerous? Now you sound like me, Spider-Man observed with a hint of irony. Worrying about power and responsibility. Well, you're a pretty good example, Ben said sincerely. And I keep thinking about what you told me, how the symbiote brought out impulses you couldn't control. What if that happens to me eventually, even with the Omnitrix stabilizing things. What if I bring this power back and it changes me into someone my family doesn't recognize? Spider-Man was quiet for a moment, considering his response carefully. Those are good questions to be asking, he finally said. The kind that show you're taking this seriously. But I can't answer them for you, Ben. No one can. I know, Ben sighed. I just thought maybe you'd have some wisdom to share, given your experience. If you want wisdom, I'm probably the wrong spider to ask, Spider-Man said with a self-deprecating laugh. But if you want my opinion, I think the fact that you're worried about these things is a good sign. The symbiote never made me question whether I should have its power. It only made me want more. Ben nodded slowly, finding some comfort in that assessment. So what now? More patrolling? Actually, Spider-Man said, tapping the side of his mask where a communication device was built in, I'm getting an alert from Dr. Connors. He thinks he's found something in the latest data. We should head back. Ben's expression brightened immediately. Something about getting me home? Let's not jump to conclusions, Spider-Man cautioned, though his tone was hopeful. But whatever it is, he seems excited about it. The journey back to Connor's suburban home was swift, with Ben transforming back into synchro speed for efficiency. As they approached the laboratory, however, both heroes sensed that something was wrong. The lights were on, but erratic, flickering in patterns that suggested electrical disturbances. More concerning was the faint but unmistakable sound of alarms coming from within. Something's happened, Spider-Man said tensely, all casual humor vanishing from his voice. Stay alert. They entered cautiously through a side door that led directly to the basement laboratory. The scene that greeted them was one of controlled chaos, equipment in disarray, monitoring stations displaying warning messages, and in the center of it all, Dr. Connors and Gwen working frantically at the main console. What's going on? Spider-Man demanded, rushing to join them. Connors looked up, relief washing over his face at their arrival. Thank goodness you're back. We have a situation. The containment unit? Ben guessed immediately, transforming back to his base form and looking toward the corner where Venom had been held in stasis. Not exactly, Gwen replied, her expression grim as she pointed to a different monitoring station. It's your home universe, Ben. It's destabilizing. What? Ben moved to the indicated screen, where a complex waveform pulsed erratically. What does that mean, destabilizing? The dimensional boundary between our universes is becoming increasingly permeable, Connors explained rapidly. The portals you've been attempting to create, they've weakened the fabric of reality between the two dimensions. If this continues, the consequences could be catastrophic. Define catastrophic, Spider-Man pressed. Total dimensional collapse, Connors said bluntly. Both universes potentially merging in chaotic, unpredictable ways. Reality itself becoming unstable. Ben stared at the readings in horror, the implications sinking in. This is my fault. My attempts to get home are causing this? Not intentionally, Connors assured him. But yes, the repeated portal attempts have created microfractures in the dimensional barrier. Those fractures are spreading, weakening the natural separation between universes that were never meant to interact directly. How long do we have? Spider-Man asked, already shifting into crisis management mode. Hours, perhaps, Connors replied. The degradation is accelerating. Each new fracture weakens the surrounding dimensional fabric, creating a cascading effect. Then I have to go now, Ben declared, raising his transformed Omnitrix. Before things get worse. I'll make one more attempt, no. Gwen interrupted urgently. That's exactly what you can't do. Another uncontrolled portal attempt could shatter the barrier completely. Then what's the alternative? Ben demanded. Stay here while both universes collapse. Not quite, Connors said, his expression shifting from alarm to determined focus. We've been analyzing the data all wrong. We've been trying to help you recreate what brought you here, a random, uncontrolled dimensional rift. But that approach is too unstable, too destructive. So what's the right approach? Spider-Man asked. A controlled, precisely calculated dimensional transfer, Connors explained, bringing up complex equations on the main screen. Not a tear in reality, but a carefully constructed doorway, one that closes properly behind you. Ben's eyes widened with realization. Like the null-void projector technology. Grandpa Max has something similar, devices that can open portals to specific dimensions without damaging the fabric of reality. Exactly, Connors confirmed. And we believe your Omnitrix, in its current enhanced state, can be calibrated to perform that kind of precise dimensional transfer. But it will require perfect timing and exact coordinates. Which we now have, Gwen added, gesturing to another screen displaying what appeared to be a map of interdimensional space, with 2 points highlighted. We've pinpointed the exact quantum signatures of both universes. If we can create a direct bridge between those points, you can cross safely without further damaging the dimensional barriers. Hope surged through Ben, tempered with caution. What's the catch? There's always a catch. Connors and Gwen exchanged glances, confirming Ben's suspicion. The procedure will require an enormous amount of energy, Connors finally said. More than the Omnitrix can safely generate on its own, even with the symbiote enhancement. So we need an external power source, Spider-Man surmised. We need a catalyst, Connors corrected. Something that can amplify the Omnitrix's dimensional capabilities while stabilizing the process. Ben's gaze drifted to the containment unit in the corner, where the crystallized form of Venom remained in stasis. Something like another symbiote, he asked quietly. One that's also been enhanced by contact with the Omnitrix. The silence that followed confirmed his suspicion. It's the most viable option, Connors admitted reluctantly. The crystallized symbiote has been partially merged with the Omnitrix's energy signature already. In theory, it could serve as a dimensional anchor, stabilizing the portal from this side while you cross to the other universe. But that would mean releasing Venom from stasis, Spider-Man pointed out, his voice tight with concern. Reactivating a threat we've only just contained. Not necessarily releasing him completely, Connors clarified. We would need to extract a portion of the crystallized symbiote, enough to serve as a catalyst without freeing Eddie Brock from suspension. And you think that would work? Ben asked skeptically. That we could use part of Venom to power a portal home? The mathematics support it, Gwen said, indicating her calculations. The quantum resonance between your enhanced Omnitrix and the crystallized symbiote creates a stable dimensional circuit. With precise calibration, we could open a portal for exactly 27 seconds, just long enough for you to cross through. Ben considered this, looking between the monitoring station showing the degrading dimensional barrier and the crystallized form of Venom. 2 problems, 1 potential solution. It was risky, potentially catastrophically so, but what choice did they have? Let's do it, he decided. What do we need? Connors immediately shifted into action mode, directing them to various preparations. We'll need to modify the containment field to allow extraction of a small portion of the crystallized symbiote. Gwen, prepare the dimensional calibration matrix. Peter, help me reconfigure the energy dampeners to channel rather than suppress the symbiote's quantum signature. As the others moved to their assigned tasks, Ben approached the containment unit, studying Venom's frozen form with newfound purpose. Even in stasis, there was something unsettling about the creature, a sense of latent power, of potential violence temporarily suspended but not eliminated. You wanted to be part of something greater, Ben murmured to the crystallized figure. I guess you're getting your wish, just not the way you expected. Within the translucent shell, the circuit patterns that had formed across the symbiote's surface pulsed briefly brighter, as if in response to Ben's words or proximity. The reaction sent a chill down his spine, but he pushed the feeling aside. They had work to do, and time was running out for both universes. 2 hours later, the laboratory had been transformed into a dimensional transfer station. Equipment salvaged from Connor's various research projects had been repurposed and reconfigured, creating a setup that looked equal parts scientific and arcane. At its center stood a modified containment field, now holding a small fragment of the crystallized symbiote that had been carefully extracted from Venom's still suspended form. "The calibration is complete," Connors announced, making final adjustments to the equipment surrounding the fragment. "The symbiote catalyst is stable and resonating at the correct frequency." "Dimensional coordinates locked," Gwen confirmed from her station. "I'm detecting increased quantum fluctuation, but the targeting algorithm should compensate." Ben stood before the apparatus, the transformed Omnitrix on his wrist pulsing in time with the crystallized symbiote fragment. He could feel a connection between them, a resonance that transcended physical proximity. The symbiote elements integrated into his system responded to the presence of their kin, eager for reunification but held in check by the Omnitrix's stabilizing influence. "Once we initiate the procedure, there's no stopping it," Connors warned. "The energy buildup must be channeled into the dimensional transfer or it could release in unpredictable ways." "Meaning explosion," Spider-Man translated, positioned strategically between the apparatus and the others, ready to intervene if necessary. "Catastrophic energy dispersion would be a more accurate term," Connors corrected, "but essentially, yes." Ben took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself for what was to come. "How exactly does this work? What do I need to do?" "The process has 3 phases," Connors explained. "First, you'll establish a connection with the catalyst using the Omnitrix's enhanced capabilities. This creates the quantum bridge between the symbiote fragment here and the symbiote integrated into your system. Second," Gwen continued, "the Omnitrix will channel that connection into a dimensional rift, using the coordinates we've calculated to target your home universe precisely. And third," Spider-Man finished, "you step through before the portal collapses." "Simple, right?" "About as simple as everything else that's happened since I got here," Ben replied with a weak smile. The moment had a finality to it that none of them could ignore. If this worked, Ben would be returning to his universe, leaving behind the people who had helped him through an impossible situation. People who had become friends in the truest sense of the word. "I guess this is it," he said, looking between Spider-Man, Gwen, and Dr. Connors. "I don't know how to thank you all for everything you've done." "Just get home safe," Gwen said with a gentle smile. "That's thanks enough. And maybe try to avoid any more interdimensional accidents," Spider-Man added. "One universe-threatening crisis per summer vacation seems like a reasonable limit." Ben laughed, grateful for the moment of levity. "I'll do my best." He turned to Connors. "Dr. Connors, thank you for all your help. I wouldn't be going home without your scientific genius." Connors nodded in acknowledgement. "It's been a fascinating challenge, I must admit. And the data from this experiment will advance my understanding of both the symbiote and interdimensional physics tremendously." "Always the scientist," Spider-Man teased. Then, more seriously, "we should get started. The dimensional degradation is continuing to accelerate." Ben nodded, turning to face the apparatus. "I'm ready." Connors initiated the startup sequence, and equipment hummed to life around them. The crystallized symbiote fragment began to pulse with increasing intensity, its circuit patterns glowing brighter as energy built within the containment field. "Establish the connection," Connors instructed Ben. "Focus on the resonance between your Omnitrix and the catalyst." Ben raised his arm, the transformed Omnitrix already responding to the proximity of the symbiote fragment. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the sensation of connection, the quantum link that bound the 2 symbiote components across space. The response was immediate and powerful. Energy surged from the Omnitrix up his arm, forming the now familiar circuit patterns across his skin. His eyes snapped open, glowing with intense yellow-green light as the symbiote elements in his system fully activated. "Connection established," Gwen reported, monitoring the readings. "Quantum resonance at 87% and rising." "Begin phase 2, Connors directed. "Channel the energy into the dimensional coordinates." Ben focused his mind on the image of home, the desert landscape, the rust bucket, Grandpa Max and Gwen. The Omnitrix responded to his intent, converting the quantum resonance into directed energy. A beam of yellow-green light shot from the device to the crystallized symbiote fragment, creating a visible connection between them. Energy levels approaching critical threshold, Connors announced, his voice tense but controlled. Dimensional barrier thinning at targeted coordinates. The air before Ben began to shimmer, reality itself bending and folding as the dimensional transfer initiated. Unlike his previous attempts, which had torn haphazard holes in spacetime, this process was precise, a deliberate, calculated opening between universes. "It's working!" Gwen exclaimed as a perfectly circular portal began to form, its edges stable and defined rather than fluctuating wildly. Through the growing opening, Ben could see the desert landscape he'd glimpsed in his earlier attempts. The rust bucket was parked exactly where he remembered, and two figures stood nearby, Grandpa Max working on some kind of device, Gwen pacing anxiously beside him. Home, so close he could almost touch it. Portal stability at 92%, Connors reported. "We have 23 seconds before collapse." "Go, Ben!" Spider-Man urged. "Now!" Ben moved toward the portal, then hesitated, turning back to Spider-Man. "I never would have survived this without you," he said. His words were cut short as a violent tremor shook the laboratory, equipment rattling and lights flickering. From the corner where Venom remained in stasis, an ominous cracking sound emanated. "The remaining symbiote is responding to the energy discharge." Connors shouted in alarm. "The stasis field is destabilizing." Spider-Man moved immediately, positioning himself between the others and the containment unit. "Get Ben through the portal," he ordered. "I'll handle this." Portal stability dropping. Gwen warned. 18 seconds remaining. Ben stood frozen between worlds, torn between escaping to safety and helping his friends face the potential threat. The symbiote elements in his system surged with conflicting impulses, the desire to return home battling with the urge to stay and fight. "Go!" Spider-Man shouted again, more urgently. "We can handle this. You need to get home before both universes collapse." Another tremor rocked the laboratory, more violent than the first. The crystallized symbiote fragment in the apparatus began to vibrate at an alarming rate, its glow intensifying to near-blinding levels. At the same time, cracks spread across the surface of Venom's stasis field, the suspended figure within showing signs of movement. 14 seconds. Gwen called over the growing chaos. "Ben, you have to go now. Decision time." Ben looked once more at Spider-Man, at Peter Parker, who had taken in a lost kid from another universe and helped him without hesitation. Who had shown him what it truly meant to be a hero. Who was now prepared to face a reawakening Venom alone to ensure Ben's safe return home. In that moment, Ben made his choice. "SYNCHRO speed," he announced, transforming in a flash of green-black light. Before anyone could react, he zoomed across the laboratory, past Spider-Man, directly to the cracking stasis field containing Venom. Time seemed to slow to a crawl from Synchro Speed's perspective. He could see the crystalline surface fragmenting in exquisite detail, the suspended figure within beginning to stir as awareness returned. He could see Spider-Man turning, mouth opening to shout a warning that wouldn't come fast enough. He could see Gwen and Connors at their stations, expressions frozen in alarm. And he knew exactly what he had to do. With precision born of enhanced speed and the symbiote's perfect control, Synchro Speed placed both hands against the fracturing stasis field. Instead of trying to reinforce it, however, he did something entirely unexpected, he synchronized with it. The symbiote components in his system resonated with the crystallized form of Venom, creating a harmonic frequency that didn't fight the destabilization but redirected it. Energy flowed from the awakening creature into Synchro Speed, through him, and toward the portal apparatus. "What are you doing?" Spider-Man's voice reached him as if through water, distorted and slow. "Fixing two problems at once," Synchro Speed replied, his voice carrying the strange harmonics of symbiote influence. "Trust me." The energy transfer intensified, the circuit patterns across synchro speeds formed glowing brilliantly as he channeled Venom's reawakening power into the dimensional portal. The opening between universes stabilized immediately, its edges firming as additional power flowed into the system. Portal stability at 100%. Connors announced in amazement. The harmonic resonance is perfect. What about the time limit? Spider-Man demanded, still poised to intervene. Temporal constraints no longer apply, Connors replied. The portal is fully stable. Synchro Speed maintained his position, hands pressed against Venom's containment unit, creating a perfect circuit between the awakening symbiote, himself, and the portal. As he held the connection, something unexpected happened. The crystallization effect that had held Venom in stasis began to spread once more, reinforced by the energy flowing through the circuit. It's working, Gwen realized. He's restabilizing Venom while powering the portal. Spider-Man moved closer, watching in amazement as the cracks in the stasis field began to heal, the crystalline surface reforming more completely than before. Ben, this is incredible, but you still need to go through. The dimensional degradation is reversing, Connors interrupted, indicating the monitoring station. The stable portal is actually healing the microfractures in the dimensional barrier. It's acting as a pressure release valve, equalizing the quantum differences between universes. Synchro Speed nodded, still maintaining the energy circuit. I need to go through now, while everything's balanced. But this should hold Venom indefinitely, the crystallization is complete at the molecular level this time. Indeed, the containment unit now held a perfectly preserved Venom, the symbiote and Eddie Brock suspended in flawless stasis. The circuit patterns across the crystalline surface pulsed with steady green light, indicating stable, sustainable energy levels. Releasing his hold on the containment unit, Synchro Speed moved back to the portal, transforming to his base form as he approached the threshold between universes. Through the opening, he could see Grandpa Max suddenly noticing the dimensional disturbance, pointing in his direction, Gwen's eyes widening in recognition. That's my cue, Ben said, turning to face his friends one last time. I can't thank you enough, all of you. You just did, Spider-Man replied, gesturing to the now secure Venom. Pretty impressive parting gift. Ben smiled, the expression lighting up his yellow-green eyes. Heroes help each other, right? Across universes. Always, Spider-Man confirmed, extending his hand. Safe journey, Ben 10. Ben shook the offered hand, then exchanged quick hugs with Gwen and Dr. Connors. With one final look at the friends he'd made in this impossible adventure, he turned and stepped through the portal. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced, not the violent tearing that had brought him to the Marvel Universe, but a gentle transition, like walking from one room into another. Energy tingled pleasantly across his skin as he crossed the dimensional threshold, and then his feet were touching the familiar desert soil of his own world. Ben. Two voices called his name simultaneously as Grandpa Max and Gwen rushed toward him. The portal remained open behind him, a perfect circle showing the laboratory and the three figures standing within. Grandpa. Gwen. Ben called back, running to meet them. They embraced him fiercely, a tangle of arms and relieved exclamations. Where have you been? Grandpa Max demanded, holding Ben at arm's length to examine him. You disappeared 3 days ago. We've been searching non-stop. It's a long story, Ben began, then noticed both of them staring at him with growing concern, at his subtly altered appearance, the yellow-green eyes, the transformed omnitrix on his wrist. Ben, Gwen said cautiously, what happened to you? Before he could answer, the portal behind him flared brightly, drawing everyone's attention. Spider-Man stood at the threshold, not crossing over but clearly visible. Take care of him, he called to Max and Gwen. He's been through a lot. And he saved 2 universes in the process. Grandpa Max stared in astonishment at the costumed figure. Is that? Spider-Man, Ben confirmed. From another universe. Where he's real, not a comic book character. And he helped save my life. Spider-Man gave a casual salute. The portal's going to close soon. Just wanted to make sure you made it safely. His mask couldn't hide the genuine emotion in his voice. Remember what we talked about, Ben. Power and responsibility. They go together, always. I will, Ben promised. And maybe someday. Who knows? Spider-Man replied. The multiverse is full of surprises. The portal began to contract, its edges drawing inward as the dimensional bridge prepared to close. Through the narrowing opening, Ben could see Spider-Man, Gwen, and Dr. Connors waving farewell. He raised his hand in return, the transformed Omnitrix gleaming in the desert sunlight. Goodbye, he said softly as the portal finally closed, leaving no trace of its existence save for a momentary shimmer in the air. For a long moment, the three Tennysons stood in silence, the desert quiet around them. Then Grandpa Max placed his hands on Ben's shoulders, his expression a mixture of relief, concern, and determination. I think, he said firmly, you have quite a story to tell us. Ben nodded, looking down at the transformed Omnitrix on his wrist, then up at the family he'd feared he might never see again. The symbiote components in his system hummed with contentment, no longer torn between universes but fully present in this one, his home. It all started when I found Vilgax's drone in the quarry, he began. I tried to transform into XLR-8, but something went wrong with the Omnitrix. As Ben recounted his adventure, Grandpa Max listening intently while Gwen interrupted with occasional skeptical questions, he found himself grateful for everything, the good and the bad, the triumphs and the dangers. Every part of his journey had brought him to this moment, changed but whole, a hero who had learned lessons that transcended universes. And somewhere, in another dimension, Spider-Man swung through the canyons of New York City, protecting his world as Ben protected his. Different universes, different heroes, but connected by a shared understanding of what it meant to bear great power and the responsibility that came with it. The symbiote within Ben stirred briefly, no longer an alien presence but a partner in whatever adventures lay ahead. The yellow-green eyes that had once seemed so strange now felt natural as Ben looked toward the horizon, ready for whatever came next. After all, he was Ben 10, hero of this universe and, for a brief but extraordinary time, another one as well. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.